son is a carpenter.
Thank you very much, Roger, for coming down. I know that most everybody knows who you are, but if you can introduce yourself so the public knows. And you're here this evening to discuss the proposed water and sewer rate increases. So I'll let you have the floor.
Roger Brooks, Leominster Water and Sewer Department Business Manager. Just to discuss the water and sewer rate increases that are proposed for this evening. I handed out a list of communities just to give you a rough idea of where the other communities are in this immediate area. I added a couple that aren't necessarily real close, but give you a little idea as to what is out there in terms of rates for communities similar to Leominster. Water rates intended to provide just a slight boost to the expenses that we expect to see get raised, and 9 cents was indicated in the communication is for the cost of the SRF loan for Morse Dam. For the most part, I think we've tried to deal with the expense side first. We're still working on that. We're going out to bid shortly, or we've gone out to bid. We're going to open the bid shortly for the O&M contracts for the water plants and the sewer plant. When we open those, we've also taken out the electricity portion, and we're hoping to see a fairly significant savings in that because we control or have better control over electric costs. So I think that's going to be a positive for us, to be honest with you. Other than that, I'm certainly open to questions or anything anybody would like to go over.
Councilor Nicol.
Yeah, Roger Morse, that's the one up on, is it Elm Street? That a pipe leaking, something is going on with that one?
Right, we have significant seepage out of that, but not only at the pipe, but through the dam structure itself. It's not a very hydraulically secure dam. Safety-wise, you don't have a problem as far as going back and forth on the road. The road's fine, but it doesn't hold water like it should.
Thanks.
Does anybody else have any questions for Roger regarding his rating increases? Roger, just, I don't know if you know offhand, if you have any information on, just so that the ratepayers can kind of understand what's going to be the increase to the average ratepayer's water bill with these slight increases?
The average person is somebody that uses approximately 20 units of water and wastewater services per quarter. It's going to be less than $6. I'm figuring somewhere between $5.25 and $5.50 a quarter. So you're looking at roughly, not quite $24 or $25 right in there annually. So it's only going to be a couple dollars a month. It's more to keep us from getting into that catch-up zone where, in past years we hadn't maintained the rate structure. Just rather than keeping it current, we let it fall behind. It would go 5 to 10 years without anything. This way nobody gets really struck with a significant hit.
Okay. All right, Councilor Nicol.
I just got to figure, 80 units going in for the OPEB?
No, OPEB, as we sit here right now, OPEB is fully funded on both water and sewer. The rate increase would have been significantly higher if I had to fund that. You're looking at approximately $150,000 to $200,000 more that it would have had to raise in revenue. That would equate to approximately 12 cents on the rate. So we saved that by paying that down over the last 3 years. I mean, you guys have been part of that. We've paid that down out of free cash. We've allocated money to that to pay that unfunded liability off. In turn, by doing that, we can keep the rates a little bit lower. So there's 12 cents of that on water and sewer, you're not having to pay anymore.
How much more, how many years, or whatever, is it gonna take? Because you have other departments in the DPW that weren't funded the way you did it here, so the water and sewer rate. How many years more do they have compared to what you've already paid off at this point?
The liability is significant, but all of those are paid for by the general fund. So I know the comptroller's looked at that, and he's very aware of it. Trying to pay the unfunded pension liability first and I know he's brought it before all of you, and you've gone over that, so that we're on an annual payment plan to get that done. I don't know if it's 2020 or 2022, but, and then try to allocate the unfunded liability from the pension side to the unfunded liability on the OPEB side. But that's nothing I have any input on.
I'm all set.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions for Roger regarding the proposed rate increases that are on the agenda for tonight? Councilor Bedanza?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Roger, I was just looking at some of the comparisons from other communities, and you really sort of have to combine the water and sewer to get a true look at what the ultimate cost is to the consumer. And
Right.
I'm looking, ours doesn't actually look very bad in comparison to all these others. I mean, I know Fitchburg's water rate, for example, is pretty competitive with ours, but their sewer rate is much higher. So is that a fair way to look at it? Look at, you know, because most people are consuming both things, right?
The vast majority, sure. But I think the difficulty, and what I gave you in a rate study is comparably, either comparably sized or in the immediate area, so that you have an idea of what people in neighboring communities are paying. The difficulty is in your smaller communities, Ashburnham, Lunenburg, Westminster, they don't have as many users in the system, so their costs are significantly higher because they just don't have the consumption and participation. Some of the others, like Salem, Worcester's, of course, significantly bigger than we are, but we're fine. We're not low, but we're not at the 50% mark as far as rates go.
All set?
One quick,
Councilor Lansing?
Roger, as long as I've been on the city council, you've been at the DPW with the water, but I have to say that, you know, going up on anything is a tough decision to make, but I think that I personally see the fact that whatever you've done to the best of your ability to keep it so that the normal taxpayer is paying his or her fair share. And I don't think we can do any better than that. And looking at the rates that you presented to us, I you know, would I rather not, but it's a necessity. If you want to do washing, you want to have water in the house, it's a necessity. Unfortunately, we have to do what we're going to do. So I've always appreciated your diligence in trying to maintain comfortable amount of money for both the taxpayer and the city. So thank you.
I think one of the things going forward that I'd like to do, we're going to continue to work on the streets that we've had. You know, we did some this year that had dirty water complaints. We're going to try and focus on those this year. We've got some coming up in the spring, Merritt Street, Orchard Street, those streets we wanted to get to this year. We didn't have time to get to Merritt, Monroe, and View were on this year's list, but we just ran out of time. So we'll start with those. The other thing I think is important, and as we move forward, you look at the debt service that we have. Some of the debt service now is going to be paid off in fiscal 2019 and 2020. And that's the time that we should look to do the other upgrades. You can't avoid doing upgrades at the plants. And as these plants reach their optimum service time, you want to do the upgrades, and we can offset any significant rate increase by waiting to those maturities. They're only a couple of fiscal years out. When those mature, then we get everything lined up to do the upgrades. And the impact to the ratepayer is not going to be significant. So that'll be, it'll balance that out, and it'll put Leominster in a really good position.
Set,
Yeah.
Councilor? Councilor Schaffler-Zephyr?
Yeah, thank you. Roger, when you were here, I think the last time we had talked about, you know, including in the rate, you know, X amount of mileage of pipe to be replaced. Do your proposed rates include a specific amount? You know, is it another half mile? No, it doesn't.
No.
What do you include in here?
You've got 9 cents on the water rate is specific to the SRF loan for the Morse Dam. And the rest of it, some of that will go to materials, and it depends on whether or not we can contract it out at a competitive rate. We bid the Morse Dam this year. It didn't come in at a price that we felt we could justify. It was a lot more money than we had expected. So depending on what that cost is gonna really drive what we wind up doing as far as miles of pipe. You know, we try to do 1.5 miles a year. We were really, really fortunate this year. We had, we finished Whitney Street, we did William Street, we did the section of Mill Street from Whitney all the way down to the lights at Searstown. We were able to do Bishop, Martin, Moreland, and Allen Street. So we got an awful lot done this year. We look forward to doing the same volume if we can. You'll like to be able to get into a neighborhood, stay there, and kind of finish that up, which is what ultimately wound up happening with Whitney, Mill, Williams, and that. So now that whole section's, you know, finished. We don't have to go back there. Now we can go into some of the other neighborhoods I was talking about, Orchard Street, Merritt, Monroe View. Those are in that same section of the city. Get in there, you mobilize, because we've got to put up bypass pipe for all the people that are going to be inconvenienced when we do the construction work. So that's kind of what we're aiming for right now, and depending on what we do have, I expect to have some money when free cash is certified, and the discussion is going to have to be with all of us and the comptroller and the mayor to see what it is we want to offset on the dam, so we don't wind up borrowing, versus buying materials to do new pipe installations.
Mhm. So Roger, this past year you said that we got more done than expected. And was that above and beyond the 1.5 miles? That is kind of an annual goal. Did we do more than 1.5 miles this past year?
I didn't do the linear distance.
Okay.
It's
All right.
over 1 mile, but I don't know. Year 17, we're over 1 mile, but I don't know if it's 1.5 miles.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Fackley?
Yeah, actually, it's comments more along that line that, you know, I think it's important for the public, you know, they get their bill, they think that it's just paying for water that, you know, you're turning on the faucet or, you know, doing the other obvious thing we do with the water. But it's also repairs. And I know that, you know, the people on, in my ward on Moreland and Allen Street, very pleased that those repairs were done this year to give them better quality of water. So, you know, as Councilor Lanciani said, it's never easy to approve a rate increase. But we do need to have quality water, and with this, and I'm sure, Roger, that your factoring has been, you know, right down to the penny.
Right.
And we really appreciate it, and people, you know, should know that it's also for the repairs, or to make sure that the water coming in is clean.
And unfortunately for us, we're limited with the crew that we have, because the construction crew
Right.
is also the repair crew. So if you have a repair condition that you've got to deal with immediately, they have to leave the job site, go over and do the repair, then come back and pick up where they left off. So
Yeah.
at times it's a little, it is what it is. We just don't have that
Yeah.
many bodies.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well,
Okay. Anybody else? All set? Thank you very much, Roger. We
You're welcome.
appreciate it.
Thanks, Roger.
Thanks, Roger. Yeah, very good.
gentlemen. This is a hearing before the Public Service Committee
Yes.
on petition
Yeah.
2917, National Grid and Verizon New England Incorporated Country Lane. Install one jointly owned pole on Country Lane in front of house number 102. I'm Wayne Nicklin, the chairman of the Public Service. The clerk is Councilor Feckley, and the third member is Councilor Zabrowski. I ask now, is there anybody who wishes to speak in favor of the petition?
Here's
Step
Representative.
right up, so you're using the mic. No, right around the other, there you go. Right there,
This one?
yeah.
Yeah, my name is James Verney. I'm here as a representative from National Grid. We're taking a pole off a customer's property. Right now, it's up on top of a hill. His house is pretty far elevated from the street level. So we're taking a pole out of his new landscape, bringing it down to the street, get it out of his yard, and moving it over to the property line so we can serve two houses off potentially instead of just one.
So essentially, it's on somebody's property right now.
Correct. He has, his house is about 100 feet from the street, and the pole right now is located about halfway up the hill in the middle of his front yard.
All set. You can have a seat and just wait for a minute, okay? Now I ask, is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor of the petition? The third and last time anybody wanted to speak on petition 2917. Is there anybody in opposition who'd like to speak? Second time I ask. The third and last time I'd ask, is there anybody who wishes to speak in opposition? We'll go to the members of the public service first. Councilor Feckley, any comments? You all set?
I'm all set for now.
Councilor Dobrowski?
I'm all set.
Okay. Any members of the city council, other members wish to comment? None? Okay. Sir, can you step up to the podium for just a minute again? Some work was done on Mechanic Street at the corner of Mechanic and Johnson. There's a pole that now sits about 4 feet out on the road, and I haven't seen any progress about it. So what I'm going to recommend, and it's up to the committee, we'll recommend granting this petition tonight. But I want you to go back to whoever bosses you need to speak to and give them the word that as far as I'm concerned, any new petitions will not be acted on until action is taken to get that pole straightened out.
Okay, and that's at the intersection of Mechanic and Johnson?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. With that, I declare this hearing closed.
Thank you.
introduce the fiscal year 2017 tax rate. My name is Mark Bodanza. I'm the chairman of the Finance Committee. My clerk is Susan Shalafo-Zephyr, and the third member of the committee is Wayne Nickel. Does Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Richard want to join us, team? Ladies first. Would one of you like to give us an overview of the
Sure.
communication?
Absolutely. You all received some packages, a little bit different this year. I included, as part of your package, some samples of some sales that we used in our analysis this year. Just for the people at home, it kind of looks like this. Okay, and that's just to show some relativity between the marketing, pricing, and our assessed values. It's important to know that timing is everything with assessments. Your tax bill you'll receive on January 1st has an assessment as of last January 1st. And how do you do that? Well, it's not a whole lot different than an appraiser going to your home on that January 1st. They're going to use data prior to that date. So in this case, you'll receive your fiscal 17 bill on January 1st, 2017. Assessments made as of January 1st, 2016, using 2015 sales data. So it's a lot of people ask us when we're out on the street and we're inspecting homes, our assessed values are always lower than your market value. Well, that's not exactly true. It's just a matter of timing. Our goal is to be at fair market value at a certain time in that year. Okay, so that's important to know. Before we get too far, I just want to mention to the people at home that the property valuations that were approved by the Department of Revenue are posted on the assessor's website. There's a link on the home page. There's two reports there. There's a valuation by owner and a valuation by location. So you can look up your new assessments there. They will be available on the GIS website shortly. We're working at trying to get those field cards printed out and scanned and put up on the website for your viewing. Also, there is the classification booklet that you see tonight. It looks like this. That's also on the assessor's website. If you browse to the assessor's page, there's some navigation tools on your left, and if you click on tax classification booklet, you'll be able to see that and follow along tonight as well. Just a couple important things as well. Overview, for those of you who don't know why we're here tonight, I know the council members do, but for the public, the council does not set a tax rate tonight. It's important to know that this hearing is based on information, evaluation, and criteria, and they're choosing to shift the burden either between classes or within a class. And there's 4 options they can do that with. We'll go over that tonight as well. So I went a little bit over the effective date of assessment. We had approximately 323 sales we utilized this year of single-family homes with an average sale price of $252,700. That's up, of course, over last year, about almost 3.3%, something like that. You'll see a little bit on page 8 of your tax classification booklet. There is assessed value changes. You can actually follow what the market's been doing over the past 10 years here. And you can see that the average assessed value is up about 3.9% overall. So that takes all classes and the assessed valuations as a whole into account. And then on page 10, you can see the trend towards a diminishing override capacity. I don't know if you want to make any comments on this, John.
We just included that just to make you aware that, remember under Proposition 2.5, the ultimate levy limit is $25 per thousand. And the city's tax rate for fiscal 17 will be $19.73, which is close to 80%. There are a number of communities that have reached 100%, and there's more that have reached 90%. So you can see in the past 10 years, we have gone, because of the decrease in values of the city, and the increasing tax levy, we have gone from, in fiscal '08, of 49 million in override capacity. That's kind of the safety. Not that we're looking for an override, but you have that much room to get to $25, down to 12 million for fiscal 17. And it's, luckily, it's been pretty steady the past few years as values have maintained. So just to keep in mind, that wouldn't be a good day if we could not increase our tax levy anymore. And there are communities that are at that point, and there's others that are just a, say, 10% market value drop away from getting there. So we just include that chart in another chart that shows you how much,
Pages 26 and 27.
pages 26 and 27, to see how we're getting closer to the ultimate levy limit, which is $25 per thousand.
Throughout the guide, you're going to see references to the types of property, and just wanted to go over those real quick. Residential properties, those are all the classes that begin with the number 1. Open space begins with 2, commercial is 3, industrial is 4, and personal property is 5. So when we talk about the single-family class, we always refer to it as a 101 class, but that's just a state tax classification code, just for people at home as well, so they can know when they're looking at this what we're talking about. To get back to what I was saying, on page 13, you can see how each property type changed in value. And like I said, the single-family homes increased around 3%. Condominiums, I think you can see, went up 6.5%. Seems like a lot when you compare it to other classes, but you know, the median sale price of a condominium is around $120,000 or $140,000. So 6% of 120 is a lot less than 3%, is around 3% of the 240,000 for single-family homes. We had 40 new homes built this year, with an average assessment of about $343,600. So building is still strong. We still see that moving forward as well. Always with that, it's important to note that commercial is like a slow-moving train. You know, we've seen the commercial properties increase just a little bit, or went down around 1%. It's pretty stable. And as you look around the city, you'll notice little things, little changes. You know, you see the O'Reillys go up. We saw our new Wendy's go up in North Leominster. We have Kings Corner developing. Those are things we captured this year, but you can also see all the things that are right around the corner, like the Cumberland Farms down at the connector. You see a lot of facelifts going on with some of the strip malls and things. So those are more slow, steady moving things that are going to happen, and hopefully we'll see that growth next year as well. On page, let me go over land real quick. Land pretty much remained the same. Although the classes went up, land typically went about the same. About $73,000 per for an acre of land here in Leominster. And then for every acre over that, it's considered excess land, and we value that at $10,600 per acre, unless there's some sort of detriment to the property, topographic, wetlands, or something like that. On page 18, you'll see the levy increase over the past 15 years. This year, it increased about $2.9 million. With that being said, there's still $5,237,261 in unused levy capacity. On page 23, there's a breakdown of the growth for each class. It'll give you kind of a snapshot on what's happening as far as assessments or captured assessments go. You can see that it's relatively steady, but still above average over last year. So we're at about $1.2 million in growth, which is a good sign. We're starting to see, some things happening here in Leominster in the economy. It's a sign of it being a little stronger. Personal property equipment for new businesses are constantly being improved upon, so that's a big number. Some new businesses in some cases, people are reinvesting in their business property as well. So, and then what does this mean? And I know this is the answer that people at home want to know is, what does it mean on your average tax bill? So the average tax bill, this is on page 36, the average single-family tax bill looks like it will increase about $174 over last year. And the average single-family tax bill will be $4,565 per year. The industrial will increase about $236.
And Bill, that's based on adopting a factor of.
That's correct, yes, that's important to note. That's if you accept a factor of 1 and keep it at a single tax rate, these are what the numbers would be. Okay. The industrial class would go up about $236 on their average tax bill. Commercial, because their values relatively stayed the same, would increase about $5, but they still pay about $14,028 a year in the average tax bill, and industrial properties pay about $9,961 in the average tax bill. At this point, I'd open up to any questions that you may have that we can answer or help you in deciding.
All right, let's start with our committee here. I just want to sort of point out, and I think we've discussed this in prior years, that, and I'm referring specifically to page 14, which breaks down the assessed values by tax class.
Correct.
And I'm noting again that, consistent with prior fiscal years, that again, we have the residential assessment being the lion's share of our complete value. And if my math is correct, it's looking like that the combined commercial and industrial assessments are about 18%.
That's right.
Of the total.
They are.
So I know the point's been made in prior years that if we shift away from a factor of 1, that there's a diminished return because we're dealing with a much smaller base when we're talking about commercial and industrial properties. And the risk, I guess, is that we somehow discourage new business here as a result of backing away from the factor of 1, and at the same time only concomitantly receive a diminished value because, or benefit to the residential class because we have such a small fraction of the whole classified as commercial and industrial. I guess that remains true this year as it did in prior years?
It does, and you'll notice that there's, in order for us to, or you to actually see a lot of savings in the residential tax side, you would have to shift the burden quite a bit to the commercial side to do exactly what you're saying. Because the population is so small for commercial and industrial. So, they're already paying, like I said, the average commercial tax bill is $14,000 right now.
So if we boosted that, we have to share that 18% amongst the other 82%.
Exactly.
Which gets sort of watered down, and concomitantly, we're also discouraging investment at the same time.
We are, and that's a question, you know, I work closely with economic development, the planning department, when we look at TIFs and things like that. It's part of why we look at that is to encourage some growth here in the city and to be business friendly. But that's one of the first questions you get asked is how long do you continue to be at a single tax rate? How long have you been at one, and do you plan to stay at one? And that's important for businesses.
How long have we been at one? Have we always been at one?
We have since 1906, as far as I can tell.
Okay. I'll open up to members of my committee if they have any questions. Councilor Michelle Fozetta?
No, I'm good for the moment.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Councilor Nichol?
Yes, thank you. I know, excuse me, cough here. You know that the commercials properties tend to be more volatile as far as where they stand in assessments and values over the years. I think of the mall at Whitney Field. I know we went through this whole, heck, it was a court case, the company came in and they go around to all the malls across the country to see what they can do to help them lower their tax bill, so we ended up lowering. But the other thing is now, I never thought I'd see volatility in industrial, because it stayed the same in Leominster. In fact, if anything, I look at a factory now that's getting ready to close and go up to Westminster and take 40 jobs with it. Do these people, once you have an empty business, an empty factory, shall we say like that, I should think that the people who own it would be coming back and saying, well, my tax bill, I ought to get a break of sorts because I'm not collecting rent or anything on the business. So how does that affect their tax rate? I assume it's gonna go down in valuation. I shouldn't say tax rate. I assume it's gonna go down in valuation because of what's going on.
Sometimes that's true, not to interrupt, but just to reiterate, actually, commercial and industrial is a lot slow moving. It's not as volatile as single-family homes, and it's because it's investment driven. Okay, the rents don't fluctuate as much because you have long-term leases in place, and the investors look at it as an investment strategy. So they might invest in commercial property and their initial investment might be $2 million to buy this property, a 10-year leasing plan, and they're gonna have a return on investment of about 8%. And so that's how we value commercial property. If, in fact, there's something like this industrial property that does become vacated, I know it's a hot item now. We do get inquiries every day for property, but the inquiries we get is for 5 acres and 100,000 square feet, and the business wants to move here and expand. What happens a lot when the economy is good is the industrial does good, manufacturing does well, but they outgrow their space. So it's inevitable sometimes to keep them here because we just don't have the space that they need. So those things do happen. However, we do get calls every day for 10,000 square foot spaces and things. So I think that shouldn't be too concerned about that. We do see changeover. But as far as the valuation goes, if that property were to stay vacant, we base it on market value. And what that means is there's a certain time frame that we consider a vacancy. So this vacancy is an expense of that investment. So if it remained vacant for quite some time, the economy wasn't doing well, I think we'd see it in more than just one property. We'd see it overall in the market, similar to what you're saying in 2012, I think it was with the mall. We saw some things, vacate that premises, a lot of big anchors go out, and that affected the income of that mall and affected the return on investment. So it was devalued. I think it was bought for $85 million, I think in 2007. And within 2 years, it went to 65 million and then went down to 47 million. So it's, with a property that size, that can happen. But the typical industrial or other commercial properties, I don't think you'll see that volatility that you're talking about like the mall.
Okay, thank you, Bill.
Sure.
Do any other members of the council have any questions? Yes, Councilor Frida?
Thank you, Bill. I know for as long as I've been sitting here, over 20 years, I think we've all taken pretty strong pride in the fact that we've maintained a factor of 1. Always sounds attractive and politically a good idea to shift the taxes, but you look at any of these communities that have 2 classifications, they're struggling to get it back to 1. I mean, you know, we understand how that goes. I did have a question though. Maybe it wasn't a good thing that you threw some samples in, because I kind of went through and looked at them.
Let me get my appraiser hat on.
Praise one of those also.
Yeah.
Yeah, put your appraiser hat on.
Yep.
I just had, a couple of them I had done, so I was kind of interested when I looked at the numbers and looked at the ratios.
Sure.
How does, and I'm not sure how you would know unless you actually had a conversation on concessions with, you know, 2/3 of these properties that you put in here had concessions of at least $5,000 cash back.
Mhm.
How does that actually affect, if you take just these 18 alone, you're talking, by my quick addition, comes to about $43,000 in concession.
Sure.
How does that affect the bottom line?
So it's a little bit different, I know where you're coming from because
Not a
you're-
true sale price.
when you're a fee appraiser, you'll make that adjustment because you're focusing down on the market. You're considering that these 3 comparable sales, much like I did the summary appraisal on Carter Street. You'll look at those 3 sales and you'll adjust for those particular things to derive a difference between the comparable sale and the subject property. Here it's different because it's considered a mass appraisal process. And so if most of these have those in the market, those adjustments, it's going to be reflective of the overall sampling that we do. And is the reason why we would target a lower assessment to sales ratio. So as you look at these homes that for sale, you'll notice a lot of them are in the 87 to 90%, or the actual median is 96% of the assessed value. So that takes into account the differences in the market, or the differences between the buyers and sellers in the different transactions, because you've got to relatively come up with a sample that reflects the whole city of Leominster. So we wouldn't tune down that finely into the concessions, okay? It's not sure if I'm explaining it right, but it's not the same as fee appraising where you would adjust for a concession.
I hear what you're saying, but this is such almost a normal way of doing business right now with the market up.
Sure.
And the quickness of the property selling, that it's a normal part of the transaction. I mean, I'll bet you 75% at least have a concession to them, and some of them are getting up to $10,000. So that really throws your sale price off. You know, it makes the market look good if you get a $200,000 sale price or a listing price, and it's actually a $210,000 sale price.
Sure.
And $10,000 is just kind of a number in there that really isn't working. And I know what you're saying, but it does change your percentage of, not by a lot, but I did a couple of the percentages on, you know, the ratio, and it does change it a little bit, maybe 0.1%, but, you know, in the overall.
You could be, you know, you're right. I guess the better way to look at it is, you also have guidelines you have to follow, Department of Revenue, so we're bound by the recorded documentation that's recorded at the Registry of Deeds. So although on the deed it's going to reflect these sale prices, so you have to put those in as your assessment, and you have to consider that as part of your assessment to sales ratio. So I think by targeting a 96%, even when the market's going up like we are, we've already seen, you know, Rick goes out and inspects all the sales each and every year. We physically inspect them. We don't look at them on MLS and just overview them. We physically go and inspect those properties and get a feel for them, talk to the owners, talk to the buyers, and get a feel for that transaction. So we do quite a bit of analysis on it, but when you consider that, this one on Christine Street, $209,500 was the sale price. It's on page 1, and the assessment's at 183.1. It's
Yeah, and it actually-
87%.
Yeah,
So when you're looking at the percentile, if the median overall assessment to sales ratio is at 96, that means most of the homes are gonna be at that level, which is 4% below market. And when you consider the average single family being 250,000, so it makes up for what you're saying, Claire, that hopefully it reflects that.
but it dropped your number to 895, and with a $5,000 difference, because it was 5,000 cash back.
Yep.
But, and I'm not being critical, because I'm not sure how you would know that there were concessions. I have to make the phone call to find out.
Right.
I don't know how you would do that. You're certainly not gonna call every
And you're not gonna know them all.
transaction to find out.
Right, and I guess that's part of mass appraisal, is you kind of have to take a blanket over the whole city if you can't nitpick. The other thing is, you know, some of these houses we get inside, some of these houses we don't, they're exterior. And you know how that is, that's very difficult to judge the condition or quality of a home from the exterior. It could be much different when you do the inspection. So you do as much analysis as you can, but we don't wanna drill down that deeply, because we may miss something.
I'm gonna assume that you double check to be sure you're not dealing with, you have the foreclosure list.
Oh, we have a lot of lists.
Yeah,
Foreclosure, deferred maintenance sales, the Department of Revenue, because we're coming up with fair cash value, you can only use sales that are arm's length transactions. So you have to do that research. There's no estate or divorce sales allowed, anything like that, family sales. So you do have to look at the deeds, you do have to analyze these sales and make sure you're coding out all the ones that are not arm's length
So if
transactions.
you take the 359 North Street, for an example, that sold 3 times in a year and a half. And it was a foreclosure,
Yes. Yep.
fixed up, resold. So in the course of that 2 to 3 years that you're looking at,
You're gonna use the sale that's most like market,
right,
yes,
right.
yeah. You're not gonna use that bank sale or that foreclosure sale or
Well, I know you're
that
not
one that's
gonna use
paid under
that sale,
market and
but
flip it, yeah.
I guess I'm just concerned because there are so many concessions, and if you're just talking $40,000 off of 8 properties, you know, that could be considerable down the road.
I think it would tighten the ratio. It would tighten the ratio if you took off the concession, and the assessment to sales ratio would actually be
You know,
closer.
Rich, how that works.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you
Yep.
know. All right, thank you.
Any other questions from councilors? Council Feckley?
I actually have a comment and some questions, Bill. I really appreciated this breakdown. I mean, it really gave you a snapshot of what's going on in the city, you know,
Sure.
where, how much, you know, there's several in my ward, you know, right in my neighborhood, so that was really very interesting. So how many homes went on sale this year?
So there were 353.
353?
Yep.
And how many, do you know how many were sold?
Well, that's how many sold, that's how many sales we
Oh,
had.
okay.
Rick did some research here, maybe you can go over that a little bit, Rick.
Yeah, how many went on the market?
Well, there was 363 single-family sales in 2015.
Okay.
And the median I got for that was about 246,000.
So it didn't really go up this, what about the year before? Was there a spike?
Well, actually, yes, 2014, 2015, and so far through 2016, I've seen an increase.
Yeah.
And just about all classes of property, as far as single-family, condos, 2-family, 3-family, 4-family.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I noticed it too. And Bill, can you just, define, you used the words unused levy capacity.
Mhm.
I mean, just for the people that are watching the public, can you just define that?
Sure. Unused, what happens is each year you have a levy limit that you're allowed to raise without doing a 2.5 override, okay? And so our levy limit was $5.2 million above what we're actually raising this year. So that's what that means. Although you see an increase of $2.9 million in the budget, you're still $5.2 million under your limit that you could go to.
Okay.
Without approval from the taxpayer, without a 2.5 override. That's, you could raise the budget that much.
Okay.
I don't think anybody would like you,
No,
but.
but that's the wiggle room.
Yes,
Yeah, no,
yes.
nobody would like me, no.
Yeah.
Not at all. And just in your, because I really do take, this is a lot of work, I mean, I really appreciate that all of you did all this. So your professional opinion would be that we should stay with the classification that we're in now? Am I putting you on the spot?
You are putting me on the spot. Yes, I. Go
Or we
ahead.
could ask
Yes,
Mr.
we would recommend that
Okay,
you
thank
stay
you,
a
Mr.
factor of
Richard.
one.
He always does that, that's great.
Yes. You would recommend that?
Yes, I would.
Okay, because you said we.
Thank you.
Yes, no, I agree. I just, we don't usually give our opinion
Yeah,
because that's.
but I value it, so
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Sure.
Can I go to the public now? Council.
Just a side comment. I mean, and it's probably not the time, but it's not a bad idea for John to talk about that Councilor Feckley just brought up, how close many communities are to their limit. And what happens when you get to that limit is pretty dangerous, and we're in good shape.
Yes, but that's what I was alluding to earlier, in that as the closer you get to $25 per thousand, for us, it's $1.8 million. So,
But there are some communities that are pretty close.
there are communities that have hit it, and there are communities very near us that are at 90%. That means they're probably over $22.50 per thousand on their tax levy if they had a single tax rate.
Which generally means what? If they hit that 25,
If they
And
hit
receivership?
$25, they cannot raise their tax levy
And they can't pay their
anymore.
bills.
It's just new
Right.
growth. You wouldn't be able to maintain your budget.
right.
That's for sure.
So it's serious. That's-
Yep.
And
It's-
there are many communities close, or not many, but too many.
Yes, Councilor Shalfo Zephyr.
Yeah, thanks. John, the 1.8 million that you just mentioned,
Yep.
that's the difference between the 1973 rate versus the 25? Is that the difference
No.
on our budget? Okay.
No,
What is
it's-
that?
The 1.8 million is a Proposition 2.5 increase.
Okay.
That's what, if you take what our levy limit was last year,
Yeah.
and you times it by 2.5%,
Mhm.
that's what it is. So annually, that's what we can do. The difference between 1973 and $25 is first, and what page was that thing?
26 and 27?
No, with the 12 million, is the 5.2 million for unused levy capacity. So we could go up this year, $5.2 million. Okay, we have that ability, we have that flexibility. We've had that since 1966 or something. So in the last 10 years, that means, just in the past 10 years, we could have raised an additional $52 million of taxes that we did not. We chose, the mayor and the city council chose not to raise it. In addition to that, we could raise another $12 million of override capacity
Before you pump the 25.
before you hit the $25.
Okay, explain that a little
So-
bit more about the 12 million.
Well, it's the difference, okay, so if you take 1973
Yep.
and you add 5.2 million, you get to, I'm not sure, say $22, whatever that would be. And then the difference between the 22 and the 25, you could go for an override.
Okay.
Debt exclusion override or a permanent override that you hear about other communities voting. And that has fallen down to $12 million to get to the $25.
So you hit the ultimate cap.
Yeah.
So, if you're at 90% and say if the market turns down 10% and you lose that value,
Right.
you're at,
We're stuck.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so you're, it's, urban communities, it affects more because the values aren't as high. The average single-family homes aren't the same as you're seeing in the south boroughs, the north boroughs, the west boroughs. The more east you go, the higher the valuation, so they're protected more. You might see tax rates, even though they're paying a lot more in taxes, their tax rate may be under $10 per thousand, but it's a function of the value. But they have a lot more protection. And they have an electorate that's probably more susceptible to approving overrides. But, so that's the situation in urban communities in Massachusetts, especially the further away from Boston, the more difficult it is.
So just quickly, just for the general public, assuming that we stay with the factor of 1, the tax rate of 1973 is derived by taking all of the work that Mr. Mitchell and his group have done, right, all of the assessed value, and basically dividing that into the budget.
Into the tax levy, yes.
Into the tax
How much
levy.
has to be raised by the tax levy?
Okay, right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we all set? Open it.
I just have one last question. Just out of curiosity, Bill, why did most of the, on these examples you gave, why did most of the assessed value drop from 2015 to 2016? It was a pretty good year. They've all dropped an average of $5,000 to $10,000.
That's going to be basically, maybe this is an example of these samples, but what happens a lot of times is we'll go out and inspect properties each year. Like I said, Rick will inspect the sales each year. So every sale that you see is probably going to have a bigger adjustment. When you lay eyes on it and you do physical data changes to it, you might see the assessment change more than the sale that you didn't, or the property that you didn't go out to. So it's probably in relationship to the inspection that we did, or some adjustments you may have made to the grading or the condition of the home. I didn't look at the assessments, to be honest with you, on these particular samples, what they did last year versus what they did this year. It's a matter of getting the physical data correct, see what their assessment is based on our tables that are in our system now, and then seeing what those adjustments need to be made for what it's sold for.
I didn't look actually to see if it was land or property, but.
Well, land stayed the same this year, so it shouldn't have been land, but relatively could be condition factors, could be quality. Those are two of the major ratings that would change your assessment. So.
Just curious.
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to members of the public who would like to speak on Communication 33. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak? Mr. Nascimento? Please identify yourself.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Roy Nascimento, for the record. I'm here today as President and CEO of the North Central Massachusetts Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is a private, nonprofit business association. We serve nearly 1,000 businesses, mainly small and medium-sized businesses, including many here in the city of Leominster. And I'm coming to you today regarding the tax classification issue. I respectfully ask that you continue your commitment to making Leominster a regional leader in economic development and maintain the single tax rate system currently in place. Through a single tax rate, the city of Leominster has a history of embracing growth and supporting the business community. And that message to the business community has had a profound impact on the city. And Leominster has been rewarded with new businesses, business expansion, and solid commercial tax base. This council and the administration is committed to economic development and continuing the momentum that exists in Leominster. We look forward to working with the city as a partner for growth. Thank you very much for the time today on this important economic development issue. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on Communication 33? For a second time, is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on Communication 33? And for a third and final time, is there any member of the public that would like to speak on Communication 33? And I'll check with the council. Is anybody else that has anything else before I close? result, I will close the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Council Dombrowski, we have a 6:40 hearing for legal affairs.
Yes, this is a hearing before the City Council, petition 21-17. Kristen Kelly, on behalf of the Planning Board, adopt a new zoning ordinance regarding the installation of solar energy. I see Ms. Kelly and Mr. Souza in the crowd. You guys want to come up? And if you could just both introduce yourselves.
Okay, I'm John Souza, 347 Prospect Street, Chairman of the Planning Board.
I'm Kristen Kelly, Cleaning Director.
Okay. And before we get into this, I just want to let you know, we're gonna have to continue this because we need input from the zoning board because they're gonna have to work with this ordinance as well. And also, the planning board has to have their hearing and give us a formal recommendation. So I don't know if you two want to give your comments tonight or wait and give your comments later at the other hearing, or do both. It's entirely up to you. Don't let the Patriots game influence your decision anyway.
We can be quick.
Okay.
I just said, we can go over it just so you understand where it comes from and why we're writing it and how these things came about. So we'll do that, and I'll talk on the generalities here. The planning board is scheduled for January 9th for the hearing, okay? And that was just scheduling. So the actual hearing, public hearing will be on the 9th. But we've had discussion, the planning board has been involved with this, and Kristen and I have worked on it. Just give you a quick synopsis, there's a piece of property on Pleasant Street, came to us last year for a solar farm. And when we looked at the ordinances, there was no ordinance. You know, we had an ordinance on turbines, and we could build but there was nothing for solar. So, and yet we had a solar farm that was built. The solar farm on Industrial Road was built with no ordinances. We found that, and quite clear that that solar farm could not be built using these ordinances, these proposed changes that we have today. But going back to Pleasant Street, because we didn't have anything but the zoning did say special permit required. So that gave us the opening to follow through and do research. And we did that. We went to a number of different towns, and went to Marion and Athol to Gardner and quite a few different, Palmer, okay, a number of different towns and cities, and looked at their ordinances and what they had. And some we liked and some we didn't like. Marion was very, very restrictive. There's a very high-end community right on the water, so you know, you couldn't put a panel where you could see the ocean. So, of course, that doesn't quite fit for us, you know. But they had some other things, as far as landscaping and things like that were good in their ordinances. So we took bits and pieces from the different ordinances, and as we went through the special permit hearings, we took those different ordinances, and they ended up as on the drawing as requirements of the special permit. So for that Pleasant Street, basically the ordinance is on the drawing as the special permit requirement that the planning board put on. Okay. we didn't want to do that for every property, and that's just not practical. So we said, let's go for a general thing, and we wanted to address different areas, as we saw, not only what we see a lot of rooftops, but industrial buildings, so that you can put them on flat roofs, or industrial roofs, industrial areas where a private company would want to put land-mounted frames and industrial on their property to put solar panels. So how do we adjust? So that's why we come up with the different categories of roof-mounted and land-mounted, and then how we came up with the different home tools. It was kind of, it might be kind of convoluted, and it seems like there's a lot of pages here for something. But we also, so we tried to protect the people and to allow it and to have protections on it. And then we wanted to look at it to make sure that aesthetically, the people in the neighborhood, they would also be protected. That's where we don't, that's what happened on Industrial Road. Nobody's protected. It's right to the edge of the property. The noise levels are high. It's lucky there's nobody that lives around there. And it's, there was no consideration for any kind of landscaping. So taking that information, the other towns, we put this together. So we knew it was a drastic change or a whole new package put together. So that's why we thought we'd come down tonight, that you can look at it. If you have any more questions, the planning board has looked at it. I suspect unless somebody comes in with some, in the public that has some, the planning board is gonna go pretty much along with what we have here. So that's my comment. Kristen, you got anything to add?
Sure. So John asked me to assemble information, try to put together a draft solar ordinance. So upon doing the research, there's different iterations. There's roof-mounted versus ground-mounted. There's what we've termed off-site versus on-site. We thought it was very important to call attention to the difference between a solar farm, which is generating energy to be sold off-site, versus on-site, which is where they're generating electricity either on their roof or possibly ground-mounted for consumption by that business or that property. So, and we'll go into for the, we broke it out into different petitions, but addressing the definitions of these things and the table of uses. So it's a little wordy, but there's lots of small considerations that should be covered in here, and that's why.
At this point, do any members of Legal Affairs have any questions at this point?
Not a question, just a comment, because Kristen looked a little surprised when you mentioned that. Just so we have a referral back from the zoning board, and they don't feel like they have enough information to make a recommendation. So they're asking that they wanted to invite you to the next meeting on January 11th to discuss the recommendation. I know it caught you by surprise, so.
Oh,
I hadn't heard of it, but that's okay.
No, they didn't say they sent it to her yet, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so zoning board, and then the meeting is January 11th. Okay. Thank you.
Council Martian?
I have a few if I can. So, John, were you referring to the Industrial Road site
Correct.
of 22 acres, I believe?
It's something like that, yeah.
Okay.
You can see it from the airport if you
Right,
look north.
right. So I was involved in the micromanagement as in a butter from the day they put the first shovel in the ground till they turned on the power.
Right.
It was nothing less than a disaster. So, you made a comment about how it didn't really affect residential. You're right in a way, because the residential of 265 apartments that abuts it is actually a special permit in an industrial zone.
You're right.
However, it was a nightmare from day one. And there was a constant breach by the company of the promises that they had in a partnership with the abutter, from using their parking lot to placement of their trailer, to plowing, to cleaning. And what happened was they did not comply unless someone came down on them from the city hall constantly about their hours of operation. When they got into the harvesting, it was amazing. You could probably hear it from my house on Merriam Ave. And not only the harvesting was loud, but the chipping was even worse. And then the pounding of the land in order to get it where it needed to be, and the excavation in general. The other part that was an issue, and I could come up with a whole slew of them, but the other part that was a major issue was the fact that in the industrial zone, and I noticed they have to get special permit from the planning board, correct?
Right.
But there's no real buffer between a project like that that's in with a special permit already. And what happened was when the city went up and they were looking at, I believe it was 100 feet, is that correct?
There is no buffer on that.
Well, the buffer that
For a
you
building,
could comply with is the fact that the buffer goes from the grade of the parking lot spaces up top down the banking, and that footage counts.
Right.
So if it was a 100-foot buffer and it dropped down 99 feet, they could build right up to 1 foot from that property line, from that banking. So that was a big issue. So I hope that the planning board somehow addresses the buffer. In a residential neighborhood, it has to be a nightmare. It has to be a nightmare. Just the amount of vehicles, and I'm watching another site being built right now, not in Leominster, and the cars that are on 140 going in every morning are just all over the place. Because quite frankly, they harvest the land, but they don't make provisions for parking for staff. With the North Leominster project, they were supposed to be having a central location, and at one point, they had as many as 75 electricians on campus at a time.
Wow.
Yeah. And at that point, what would happen is they were supposed to be van pooled in, that never materialized. So you can imagine the lower parking lot of a residential property where approximately 80% on a daily basis was not available as a result of them using that in a partnership with the owner. But it just blew out of proportion, and what happened was it just kept going and going and going. They were gonna have a little management trailer, and the thing was supposed to be just a very small trailer. It turned into a medium-sized trailer, but also storage trailer as well. It had to be at least 40 feet long. So it just kept blowing out of proportion. And what happened was, as the property manager at that time, it was incumbent upon me to work with them to help them to be able to muscle through what we weren't expecting. They knew it ahead of time what they needed to do. They just weren't upfront with the city or us when it came down to how it was going to play out. But even as far as in the regulations, in site plan approval, I would, your deepest consideration in having a vehicle, I believe they call it a water elephant, is that correct? Where they have a water tank truck?
Right.
And it has to be there. It has to be there. The dust was horrible, and, never mind the noise, it was like the whole neighborhood was a dust bowl for months while they were tearing this place up. So, there's a lot to it. And I appreciate the fact that this is where you're going with all of this. But in the meantime, I think that in the best interest, we have to protect the projects that are going to come in, whether they're of that magnitude or not, and especially if they're going to be abutting residential properties. We have to be very considerate of the entire neighborhood, the entry roads getting into the project. And if it's going to be special permit, mixed use, or industrial, then we have to be considerate of the buffer, and so it's not just going right up to their property. And then the last thing is, when they went through their construction, they then had to come to the city and ask to be able to cut trees because they weren't getting the percentage of light that they needed during the hours of operation. So the city granted them the opportunity to work with them to be able to cut city trees down, and then they went to the abutter to trim the trees up on the hill. So when it came down to the integrity of the buffer, it was completely compromised. And I met in the early stage with an engineer that was a landscape engineer. I met with him, we agreed to things, and he never came back. Literally, never came back. So, I think I'm glad to see that you're addressing this, but it's not just a rubber stamp, here we go, yes, I think a lot of that has to be brought into consideration. Thank you.
What you brought up there are some of the things that I did not know.
Right.
And so we can cover it, okay? We did not cover some of that. We did cover the buffers to the extent, like on Pleasant Street, and to the the trees and the shading. They came back and they wanted a considerable waiver because the original developer of that evidently has now sold it to a second party. They came back in, did their hard engineering, and said, this won't work. So they came back, they wanted a bunch of waivers, and we said no, and you've got it. So now they're coming in, I think they're scheduled for our next meeting, and where they've had to move the whole unit down the hill further, away from the homes, and that they can get the coverages. But because we have an ordinance, and because we have special permit, we can say no, and we could do that. Where we had nothing before, you couldn't, you could ask for something from that engineer, but he didn't have to comply because there was nothing in the ordinances to make him do it.
Right.
Okay, so I appreciate that, and I like your input because that's a different area that we hadn't addressed, and it wasn't addressed by any towns that I remember.
We had a wildlife issue, a big one.
Yes.
And some of it was actually kind of nice, and some of it was not.
Right.
But when you strip a forested area of 22 acres and all of a sudden it's down, the neighborhood's going to be the recipient of the
Deer.
little critters from deer all the way down to the skunks and everything else around.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if there's a way that you address that, but depending upon where the land is, would it be indicative to those kinds of issues?
Right.
Thank you.
I don't know how I'd address that.
Well, I don't either, but
That's similar to any development that you have, if somebody's going in to build a bunch of homes, you're gonna
Yeah.
have that type of.
they're not gonna strip like they do for the solar.
No, they don't.
There's nothing
strip it bare.
left, nothing, yeah.
They take it bare, so that's why we have to be very cautious.
Yeah, there was also a lot of problems with the city road in that area where the city came up several times to mitigate the issue when it was quite frankly their equipment that caused the problem. But, you may want to work something in there that, especially, you get a beautiful piece of land, there's a nice cul-de-sac, and they cut a road going into this field. They could tear that road up pretty good with their equipment. It's heavy-duty equipment. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think this is a much-needed amendment to the zoning, but I'm going to
Yes.
reserve my
Me too.
my questions and comments. Is there any other member of the city council that has questions or comments at this time? Councilor Feckley?
I'm just, very briefly, I'm just going to reinforce what Councilor Marchand said, because, I live within walking distance of this. In fact, walk around Liberty Place quite often. And when they were putting it, it was shocking how close it was to the parking lot there. The other thing, and he covered it very well, and we spoke many times during the course of when it was going in, because people were calling me, about the noise, and, they were starting 4 o'clock in the morning sometimes, they would start bringing their equipment in. But the thing that I just wanted to touch base on was that this project basically removed the buffer, the natural buffer between Liberty Place and the railroad, and also the airport. So it was just a swath, that just was opened. And at some point, and I don't recall, I think it was Councilor Marchand who had spoken against the landscape expert, and they said, we're going to only take enough trees so that they'll fill in. They'll fill in as seasons come. Well, they haven't filled in. And the next summer, we had so many deer in our backyard. At first it was kind of cute that they would stay so close to the house, but then it wasn't so cute anymore when they started eating all of our gardens and everything, and we had never seen that before. So there was definitely, a wildlife component to it, but anyway.
Yeah,
I'm very supportive of all of this.
Yeah.
Because it's definitely needed.
You
Yeah.
brought up some interesting, we addressed buffers, we addressed area, we addressed noise and density of these things. Some of the things you talk about, like 75 electricians, I never thought about it, and there's nothing. Some of those things are covered by other ordinances, our noise ordinances and stuff like that, and that's your building inspector has to enforce those, or the police or whatever. But maybe we should, because it is, we can think about it and say, hey, it is they have to abide by these things, and we'll look at it, we'll add, that type of stuff in, because we addressed the building of it, the location, what it is, the trees and so on and so forth, and try to address aesthetics and the noise, because of one of the things we're doing is we're recommending multiple rectifiers. And the rectifier changes the DC voltage to AC. Well, if you have a big one, it's like a big substation at the very end, you can get 75, 80, 90 dBs out of those things. They're very noisy. But if you have them broken up, so like you have a series of those things, they don't have to be as big and they don't make as much noise. So then you control noise. So there are things like that we are addressing in this to break that up. So there's some technical stuff that we addressed. And we're open to other things.
Councilor Zephyr?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, John, thank you, Kristen. Just to make the point, so even if you can't cover every single possibility, because you can't, I mean, as broad and as detailed as the proposed ordinance would be, you can always impose additional conditions during the special permit process.
If it's
Depending on the actual specific project that you have in front of you.
If it's a special permit.
Right.
If it's by right, then we can't. So that's what you gotta look at the table of uses
Right.
critically, and then do we wanna go with what we've said, or do you wanna change that table of uses? That's all in there. So that, say we wanna make more of it by special permit. That's fine by us, okay? So it's just, we looked at it and tried to be objective on where we'd use it, where we could. Where we knew we didn't want it, and where they could be used, but, so that's why we bring to you your inputs, because you deal more with the general public, and then with Mr. Marchand's, Councilor Marchand's input being right there, his input is invaluable to helping us get this right.
Thank you.
Councilor Nichols?
And picking that up, I know in past, cities have taken businesses to court because of the noise level. And what happened is, a good number of times, their lawyers would say, so what was the number of decibels before the project was started? How can you compare when you don't have a base? So if there was something in there that would require them to, whoever's coming in, to pay to have some noise levels, decibel levels done at 4 points or whatever you recommend. So it would be nice to have them be the ones who ended up, paying for it and giving the numbers to the city and the planning board, so that in the future, if there was a court case or something, then you could say, well, this is what it was before they started. And so I think that would be to me, that would be a rather important thing to have done in the process. So
May I
just
address your
bring that
question?
up. Go ahead, Kristen.
I know we did try to cover that in the ordinance. We might want to beef up the language a little bit, but the section addressing noise from pre-construction to post-construction, the noise decibels are not to increase more than 5 decibels at the property lines. So it does imply the measurement pre-construction, so we could be more specific in the language there, saying that that is required to be obtained before construction and then documented and provided back to.
Yeah, I'd like to see it set up as a requirement personally. but-
Yeah, it's in there, and then we do have, and we can do actual numbers, but there's not supposed to be an increase of 5 dBs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, John, Councilor Marchand.
Living next to this thing, you feel like you have tinnitus all the time, it's that bad, just constant.
Right.
Would you consider taking a look at the special permit planning board and just building it stronger into the profile of the permitted uses, realizing that a resident who's trying to go through putting panels on the roof is a totally different story, so you'd have, be sensitive to that, but then you're right across the board, just put down, special permit planning board authority. And then what happens is they have to come in for their site plan, so if we miss, we're gonna miss things. you know, when this project came in, we didn't even have an electrician that knew how to test to give them the clearance for what they were doing, never mind all the other issues that came upon, came out during the process. So, what would happen is, like, you could get to a comfort zone, but we're not really where we need to be. We think we are, and then all of a sudden something comes up, but it's too late because the permit has already been issued, either by right or through a process that we missed. But in the meantime, if you do the special permit, planning board, site plan approval, at that point right there, now you can add things as you live it over the next few years. Just food for thought.
May I address that comment? Is it all right if I jump to this section that is dealing with the table of uses? I think we have a
If I
second
may,
hearing for that.
I'm required to start the meeting by law. It's a couple minutes after 7:30, so I'm gonna start the meeting, then we'll go back into the hearings. So at this time, the regular meeting of the Leominster City Council for December 12, 2016 will now come to order. Will you all please stand and join me for a salute to the flag?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I will now take a roll call of the honorable members of the City Council, beginning with Councilor Frida.
Present.
Councilor Dombrowski.
Present.
Councilor Shalfo Zephyr.
Present.
Councilor Feckley.
Present.
Councilor Bedanza.
Present.
Councilor Lanciani.
Present.
Councilor Nichol.
Present.
Councilor Marchian.
Present.
And I am present. There are 9 members present this evening. Does the chairman of records have any records to approve tonight, Mr. Vice President?
Yes, Mr. President, I have records from November 28th. I've gone through them, find them to be in order, and so therefore recommend to be placed on file.
Okay, so the Vice President is recommending that we place the minutes for November 28th of 2016 on file. Is there any questions or comments? Seeing none, those will be placed on file. And at this time, I will ask for a motion and a second for a recess.
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay, the council now stands in recess. You may continue with the hearing.
Sure, I think it's appropriate for you to address that. I understand the public hearings have been broken down into individual components, but we're talking about the same thing. So go
Thank you.
ahead.
I remember my train of thought.
Yeah.
So, going back to this whole idea of on-site versus off-site electricity generation, I think, again, we're really trying to hold potential solar farms to the higher standards as far as construction, development, impact, all of that. So I did add to this draft 2 lines to the table of uses that address the on-site versus the off-site. So any off-site, a solar farm, for the most part, is considered an off-site solar system. And in areas where it is allowed, again, this is a draft version, this is our, first pass at it. It would be allowed in the rural residential or the industrial, with special permit from the planning board and site plan approval. Otherwise, it's not allowed. So it would have to, any solar farm of that type of purpose would have to go through the special permit process. There's a little more leeway with the on-site, again, and that would fit into the different criteria as it's broken down in the ordinance itself as to what dimensional standards and other requirements would have to happen depending on the type of installation, if it's roof mounted or ground mounted, the size of it. But then it may be allowed by right in some areas. Again, we may choose to switch some of those to make it a little, to have them go through more of a site plan review process, but that's up for discussion.
And what you see in your notice there is not only special permit, but it also requires site plan. So site plan takes care of your parking and your roads and things like that. So it's not, so we did address some of that you're talking about, but I think we gotta be a little stronger with it.
It's not gonna hurt.
No, not gonna hurt at all.
Thank you.
Any other councilors? No? Any members of the public wish to speak on this petition? Second time, is there anyone in the, I'm sorry. We all know you, but if you could just identify yourself, please.
Yes.
Thanks.
Dick O'Brien, 578 Merriam Ave. I'm a strong supporter of solar. I have a solar rooftop installation, and for over the past year and a half now, I haven't had an electric bill. So it's a great alternative energy setup. But I agree that the city of Leominster needs to take special precautions in terms of future developments of solar installations, and especially these solar farms. In hearing some of the discussion here, I wonder if any thought has been given to, for instance, if it's by special permit, and they are clearing this lot of, as an environmentalist, I'm also a lover of trees and forests. And so part of me is conflicted. While I want to see solar energy become more of a component of our energy systems, I also hate losing these natural areas. Is it possible for the bylaw to suggest that for every acre of, or for every square foot of solar panels, there's a square foot of natural area left pristine on these lots? So if you develop a 2-acre solar farm, you have to have at least 2 acres of forest land or natural area that's left untouched instead of developing the entire parcel. The other thing we do in the natural resource field is we require in many instances a baseline documentation report of sites that are put under permanent protection. And I'm wondering, in a solar farm development, for solar farms that are looking to export energy out of the community, not being used by the local resident, if we couldn't require them to provide a baseline documentation report of the site before they develop it. So if the buffer zones are eliminated, you have photographic evidence of what it looked like, and you have a stronger case to have it restored in those instances. So just those two ideas, if we can set aside a part of the lot if it's being developed for a solar farm, and baseline documentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. O'Brien.
Thank you.
Is there, second time, is there any member of the public who would like to address the council on this petition? Third and final time, is there any member of the public who'd like to address the council at this time? Okay, as I indicated earlier, we're not gonna close the public hearing, we're gonna continue it. And I understand the planning board hearing is when?
January 9th.
January 9th?
January 9th.
If we could continue it to sometime after that?
Yeah, the zoning board is looking at the 11th.
Yeah. Sometime after the 11th, actually.
So do you want to do January 23rd?
January 23rd, good for you too?
Good for Kristen.
Yeah, okay.
Ah. Guess he told
Okay,
us.
January 23rd, at what time?
Are we gonna continue all 4 of them?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to do 6:50.
6:50?
Yeah.
Okay, January 23rd at 6:50?
John, if I may.
Sure.
John, you're meeting the same night we are on the 9th, correct?
May I address that
Yeah.
comment? Because the planning board meets on the 1st and 3rd Mondays of the month. In January, the first Monday is a holiday, as is the 3rd. So we've arranged for because otherwise we wouldn't have a meeting in January. So we've arranged for an interim meeting. It's going to be at the library on January 9th, so it's a little off. But
Okay.
it was announced at our previous meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so January 23rd at 6:50. Okay.
May I clarify one more small thing? I know I'm on here several times. The 4th one is actually about a separate item. So the first 3, so item 21-17, 22-17, and 23-17 all regard this solar. The 4th one, 24-17, is about street trees. So that's a separate.
Okay, thank you. All right, so
So we'll have to set separate ones like 6:50, 6:55, 7.
that's fine. All right, why don't I move on to the next one, which is petition 22-17, which is a hearing before the city council Kristen Kelly on behalf of the planning board. Update the zoning ordinance table of uses to modify the applicability of energy systems, renewable, and to add 2 new uses, on-site solar system and off-site solar system. This was alluded to in the earlier meeting. Is there, do you two want to give a brief intro on this, or do you think it was covered in the earlier meeting?
I think we've covered it.
Okay. Any members of legal affairs have any questions at this point? Any other counselors have anything to ask or comment on this particular issue? Okay. I'll open it up to the public. Is there any member of the public who would like to speak to the council on petition 2217? Second time, is there any member of the audience who would like to address the council on petition 2217? And third and final time, is there any member of the audience who would like to address the council on this petition? Okay, seeing none, we're going to continue this to January 23rd at 6:55 p.m. Moving on to the next public hearing. This is petition 2317, Kristen Kelly on behalf of the planning board. Update the definition of energy system renewable and create definitions for solar energy system for on-site use and solar energy system for off-site use. And I'll initially turn this over to the petitioner. And is this something that was addressed earlier, or do you want to speak about it at this point?
I would like to just very quickly elaborate on this.
Okay, thank you.
All we're attempting to do here is align the definitions to better meet. If we're going to have a new ordinance, we need to make sure that the definitions match that. There is a current definition for energy system renewable that the solar falls into. So I've provided a draft of perhaps a rewording to remove solar from that particular definition, give it its own, including to identify the on-site use versus off-site use, solar farm, electricity going off-site versus being used for, so that's it for now.
Is there a need to amend the old definition or delete it?
Yes.
Of energy system renewable?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that includes, see, solar doesn't have anything, you might say, in common with a wind turbine.
Okay.
So we wanted to find the difference of solar from a wind turbine.
So petition 2317 is going to amend the old definition and add 2 new definitions.
That is correct.
To comply with the new ordinance.
That's correct.
Okay.
If I may, the existing definition of energy system renewable is any facility or installation such as a windmill, hydroelectric unit, or solar collecting or concentrating array, which is designed to produce energy. So I provided an alternate definition for that just removed the solar, but there's other natural energy producing systems such as geothermal, that those would still be covered under that general definition,
Okay,
but just calling solar out separately and removing it from the more general definition.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of legal affairs who have any questions or comments on 2317? Council Marshall?
No, all set, thank you.
Any members of the council have any questions or comments on 2317? Going to the audience, is there any member of the audience who would like to address the council on petition 2317? Second time, is there any member of the public who would like to address the council on 2317? Third and final time, is there any member of the public who would like to address the council on petition 2317? Seeing none, Mr. President, at this point, we'll continue the public hearing to January 23rd at 7 o'clock.
Okay.
And moving on, this is separate and apart from the earlier 3 hearings. This is petition 2417. It's a hearing before the City Council. Kristen Kelly on behalf of the Planning Board. Amend section 22-62.3.7 of the Leominster zoning ordinance by removing the words, quote, "and always within the right-of-way," end quote. And as we know, Ms. Kelly is here, so we'll turn this over to her.
Thank you. Recently, we became aware of some inconsistencies in the subdivision regulations as adopted by the planning board and some with the zoning ordinance as well, regarding the placement of trees either in the right-of-way or on private property. We did meet with DPW staff to talk about really the feasibility and the preference of where trees should be. If the trees are in the right-of-way, they're city property and are maintained by city staff. We found by going through the subdivision regulations that we had some language that had trees preferable in the right-of-way and some where it was preferable in the private property as part of the subdivision plan. So the board voted to make some small changes to the subdivision regulations to make them more consistent. We did have a public hearing, it was advertised, and some, I can read through the changes if you like. I've printed out here what we've got. So, in section 2.7.b, to remove the word street, section 9L.2, to remove the word street, section 9.L.2a, to remove the words between the roadway and the sidewalk, section 9.R.14.F.2, to remove the words in 4 feet on minor streets and shall be located so that the back of the sidewalk, this is about something else obviously, conforms to the lot lines. Section 9.R.14.H.1, add the words in areas zoned rural residential or residential A before the word grass, and section 9.R.14.I, and remove the word street. The reference to the sidewalk I'll get to in a second, but the other ones referred to with the trees was designed to make it so the preference is for trees to be located on the private property and not in the right-of-way. And all of those small changes would bring that into agreement. So then we looked at the zoning ordinance to find if there were any areas where there might also be some confusion. And this is where we came up with section 22-62.3.7. The words always within the right-of-way refer to the location of trees, that it's preferred to be in the right-of-way. So I feel that by eliminating that section of that section, that it would, again, be more consistent in the placement of street trees.
What happens is that the subdivision regulation takes care of the roads and the actual layout of subdivision, where the ordinance is the width of the road or the size of the lot and things like that. What we're finding is that if you have your trees and you had a 2-foot grass strip on residential A, rural residential, where you have a sidewalk, you plant a tree there, once that tree starts to grow, it buckles the sidewalks, and it's too close to the road. So that's why the DPW and ourselves said we want to get them out of the right-of-way and into like approximately 5 feet off of the sidewalk and into the private property. And that would be done by the contractor when this subdivision is built. So it's a cleanup thing that we had, because we had some issues on Kindle Hill and a couple other where the contractors came back to us and said, we're looking at the ordinance that says this and the subdivision regs said do that, and there was a definite conflict. We looked at different issues with industrial, which is different, or residential B and C, where there is no grass strip. The sidewalk is right next to the road. So not having a grass strip, you can't plant the tree. So by taking that out, it just cleans things up, and it's a housekeeping thing of more than anything else.
Thank you. Are there any members of Legal Affairs that have any questions?
No, just to make Kristen aware, this is also something the zoning board doesn't think they have enough information on. So they will ask you the same questions, I'm sure, on January 11th.
All right.
Just not sure what your position was gonna be. I wasn't sure you knew that they were looking at that again.
No,
Looking for you.
Bring it up now. Councilor Marchand, any
Good, thank you.
Any other members of the council? Okay. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak on behalf of 2417? Any members in the audience wish to address the council on petition 2417? Third and final time, does any member of the public wish to address the council on petition 2417? Okay, just, I understand it's a housekeeping matter, but as a courtesy to the zoning board, we'll just continue this to January 23rd as well at 7:05. And I don't think, well, you might have to come down on the other ones, but I don't think this one needs to be hashed out too much.
No.
Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Good
Thank
good job.
you.
Thank
Good
you.
job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's 7:20, we have to have the public forum first, right? You have to have the public forum first.
We are now going to hold a public forum. The public forum is to allow any member in
Thanks for
the
reminding me,
audience
though,
to
'cause one
speak
time
on
I
any
forgot.
matter on the council agenda. The members of the city council will not be answering any questions, but will be listening to the opinions expressed by the speaker. Please limit your comments to 2 minutes or less. The following people have signed up, although some have already spoke at other hearings. Roy Nascimento, are you all set?
Thank you, Mr. Council President, I'm all set.
Okay. Patrick Lawler, please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Patrick Lawler. I'm the Public Affairs Manager for the North Central Mass Chamber of Commerce and the Johnny Appleseed Trail Association, which is the Regional Tourism Council for North Central Mass. I'm here to speak on Communication 36 relative to the appropriation of $50,000 intended for the city's marketing efforts. At the Johnny Appleseed Trail Association, we recognize the importance of undergoing these marketing efforts like Leominster and the administration is looking at. We think it's important to stay fresh and competitive with communities throughout the Commonwealth. But I do, however, want to impress upon the council that this type of marketing effort is very different from the targeted direct marketing efforts that we do at the Johnny Appleseed Trail Association to attract visitors and tourists, travelers of all kind to North Central Mass. The important investments the city has made for the last several years to the Johnny Appleseed Trail Association has helped us grow to be one of the leading growth regions for tourism in the state. In 2015, for North Central Mass, the total spending in this region was $127 million, so really a profound amount of tourism spending is going on, and we need to continue to invest in that to get the rate of return that we've been getting. In Leominster alone, since we last spoke to you here in the summer about tourism spending in Leominster, I do have an update for you from some of the growth from fiscal year 2015 to fiscal year 2016, and room tax distribution, so money that Leominster received from the Department of Revenue under the local option room tax increased 29%. So that is a very dramatic growth, the largest in the region, so Leominster is now receiving more than it ever has in rooms tax revenue. We need to continue that investment. Like we said, that we are very supportive of the type of marketing efforts to rebrand the city, letterhead, signs, internal marketing, but I do want to provide some clarity that it's very different from the tourism marketing that we take on. Thank you, Councilors.
Thank you, Patrick. Next is John Souza.
Yeah, I'll speak on 2817 on the medical marijuana. Just to bring up some information from the planning board. When we had a meeting and we had received your package, the so-called layout site plan that was in there was totally inadequate. The planning board initially gave the site plan approval to a building, yet the state has other requirements. So when we did the site plan, it had nothing to do with medical marijuana. So even though we gave an approval to site plan, that site plan doesn't qualify. Okay, they had to get that up front to have a building site plan, but a separate site plan to state regulations has to come in. So like some of the things that are superseded, I think there's a fence required in the state, and some of these things are going from memory. I know that we require landscaping. Our landscaping is typically against the building. They don't want landscaping near the building, okay? So there are some things like that that are critical, so a landscape plan and a site plan from a certified engineer should be added to your package, and that was missing from the package that we got. So I wanted to bring that, clarify that, and bring that back to your information so that you can address it further at a later time. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Pat Scorzelli.
Pat Scorzelli, 78 Maple Avenue, Leominster. First thing, on the whole solar and renewable stuff, it looks like we're finally catching up with a lot of things. And to Kristen, thank you, and to John, obviously, for their research on that. I'm here on 2817, sort of follow up what John just said. When the process started, the main reason I wanted to speak is we're on for a public hearing on January 9th. The CEO will be out of the country. I've already submitted a letter to Lynn to ask that we be put on January 23rd so that everybody can make a note that on the 9th, I guess we're going to open and close, and then we will be before you on the 23rd of January 2017. Also, to follow up, the state does have requirements that are not, I would say, necessarily the same as our local requirements. The site plan that was submitted so that we could get a building on the lot on Lock Drive was submitted. Most of those things we will submit back to you and to the planning board. The things required by the state has already approved, or they would not have given us the approval that I had to give to the city clerk to move forward. So the good news is this will move seamlessly, I hope, and that we've already addressed some of the issues Mr. Souza just mentioned, and you'll see them in our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Maria Maldari. Are you here for the interview?
She's here for the interview.
The interview?
Yes.
I guess I'm here for
Okay.
the,
Council on Aging.
Unless you want to speak to the public forum about something, we'll get to you in a moment.
that's fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, and that's all that has signed up at this time. So I will ask, is there any other member of the audience that would like to speak to public forum? Once again, is there any other member of the audience that would like to speak at the public forum? And for the third and final time, is there any member of the audience that would like to speak at the public forum? Seeing none, I declare the public forum closed. And at this time, I will let the chairwoman of Ways and Means do the interviews that were scheduled for 7:20.
Okay. Okay, Council on Aging, Maria Maldari. Maria, you can come in. Sit right there. Yeah, come right in. Sit wherever you like. Make sure that the
Yes.
microphone
Good
is
evening.
working. You want to make sure.
I've never spoken a microphone before, so.
Okay, well, it's the first time for everything, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm here for the post at the
Mhm.
Council of Aging, and I hope you'll give it to me.
Okay. Okay. Well, Maria, just for the record, I'm Gail Feckley, and I'm the chairwoman of Ways and Means, and our second member is Councilor Marchand, and our third member is Councilor Lanciani.
Hi.
And what we do is when the mayor sends a name down for nomination for some of the, the different commissions that we have here, we like to meet the person and also let the public meet you as well, and ask you a few questions about yourself and, why you want to serve on that particular commission. So again, your commission would be the Council of Aging, with a term to expire April 15th, 2019. So you just let us know a little bit about your background and, what you feel as though you could bring to the council.
Well, I was born in Italy. I've been in this country for 53 years. I'm married. Oh, my husband left.
Oh.
He just ran out on
Boy,
it.
there's
I told him to leave.
a lot
but
of firsts
I-
tonight.
but he's not there. Okay. For 53 years, have 3 children, and I would love to get the post because I like to help people and
Okay.
do whatever I can to make our lives better.
Okay. And so what made you feel so you want to join this particular council
Well,
in
I go
general?
to the senior center quite often.
Okay.
and I see things that could be, you know, made better.
Okay.
And I like to help. I like to,
Well, that's a good thing. Can you give us an example of something that you think you could make better right away?
oh, right away. That well, there's a lot of things, like fixing things around and
Okay.
the elevator, that it's really, you know, many times people have got stuck in it.
Oh,
Yes,
not good.
yes.
Okay.
And you know, it works with a key. You get locked upstairs and they have to run downstairs to open with the key.
Mm-hmm.
Meantime, you're in a little room there,
Yeah,
little
that's,
square.
no, nobody likes that.
No.
So see, already you've given us some information that we didn't know. That's great. Okay, Maria, well, you seem like you would be a good fit for any place, really. You're
Oh, thank
delightful,
you.
and I think that
Thank you.
you have, you know, your heart's in the right place for it. So I will now open it up to the committee for any comments or questions they may have for you.
Okay,
Councilor Marchand?
Thank you for your willingness to get involved.
thank you.
I'm sure you'd be a great asset and welcome aboard.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Lanciani?
Grazie.
Oh, grazie, prego, prego.
I'm sure
Well,
you
that's
will.
it. I speak and write and read Italian and the same in English, so if any foreigner comes in, I'll be able to help them
I'm
and,
sure you will, and you'll
Sounds
do a good
plus.
job. Thank you.
Any other councilor? Councilor Frida?
Yep, I've known Maria for a while.
Yes.
She's selling herself short. She helps in a lot of different capacities, active in St. Anna's Church, active in a lot of other areas,
Yes.
so, a little shy at the microphone, but certainly always there to help, so I absolutely support her.
Councilor Nichol?
Go ahead.
okay?
I just want to say, you said there are some things like changes you'd like to see made, and this is not speaking against the group there, but sometimes you have ideas and they don't always happen, so it takes a little while.
It'll take time, yes.
So, you know, don't be afraid to hang in there and see what you can do to build
Okay.
relationships with people who will help you get the changes that you'd like to get. So, with that, once again, grazie, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Shalfo Zephyr?
Yeah, just a quick one. Thank you very much for offering to serve, and it's nice to have somebody come down who's really gonna roll up their sleeves and already has a clear idea about, you know, some things that they want to address, so,
Yes,
thank you.
okay, thank you.
Any other comments?
Oh,
All right, no,
sorry.
that's okay.
I was nervous coming in and I'm
No.
even more nervous
Oh,
going
no,
out.
no, so just take a breath.
Yes.
All right, so it was delightful to talk to you. Thank you
Well,
very much for
Thank
coming.
you very much. Thank you.
And I'll be very pleased to be able to recommend your approval of the nomination.
Well,
Okay, all right.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
And we have John Carroll. John Carroll in the audience? No? Okay, I guess John couldn't make it.
So he's not here this evening?
No.
Okay, so at this time, the meeting will be back in session, and we will move right into communications, beginning with C-39, and if there's no objection, C-39 through C-43 are all finance appropriations. We could take those in block.
C-39, relative to the appropriation of $11,315 to the city clerk's salary and wages account, same to be transferred from the stabilization fund. C-40, relative to the appropriation of $54,000 to the fire department salary and wages account, same to be transferred from the stabilization fund. C-41, relative to the appropriation of $10,000 to the fire department expense account, same to be transferred from the stabilization fund. C-42, relative to the appropriation of $109,000 to the highway capital outlay expense account, same to be transferred from the stabilization fund. C-43, relative to the appropriation of $10,000 to the police department expense account, same to be transferred from the stabilization fund.
Okay, C-39, 40, 41, 42, and 43 will all be referred to the Chairman of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. President. All first time on the calendar, regular course for each communication, please.
Okay, each of these communications has been given regular course. We will now move into matters before the city council, beginning with legal affairs 1-17, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the President's Committee on City Ordinance Review. Request that Chapter 14, Section 14-8 be deleted and replaced with a new Section 14-8 entitled Noise Control Ordinance. This ordinance has been reviewed by the police chief and also the health department director, and both of them have given it their approval. It was also reviewed by Copeland and Page, Attorney Riley. He gave it his approval as well, and he had one proposed amendment. So at this point, I'll turn this over to Councilor Zephyr to read the amendment, and we can vote on it.
Yes, thank you very much. We discussed this at our subcommittee meeting earlier, or last week, excuse me, and Brian Riley from Copeland and Page did review the ordinance and said that it's much improved over the current Section 14-8. And he did have a couple of relatively minor changes that I'm happy to make, and we discussed at our subcommittee meeting, and the committee voted to make those changes and then submit the ordinance with these changes. So I'm reading from Mr. Riley's email. He added a reference to some definitions of motorcycles and similar vehicles from GL Chapter C90. I also changed shall be enforced non-criminally to may be so enforced. And he continues, most of the time the ticketing process is sufficient to address the problem, but we don't want to restrict the ability to proceed criminally or by filing a civil suit if the circumstances warranted. And then he highlighted Section 8, Paragraph E, and he asked that we actually delete that. And I'm quoting again from his email, I would recommend against subsection E, however, for this reason. I would see enforcement difficulties anyway over noises made by a person on a public sidewalk, for example, but worst case scenario that might also be interpreted as speech-related enforcement. In my opinion, to cover these types of disturbances, it would be better left to enforcement criminally as a breach of the peace rather than by ordinance. So my recommendation, the recommendation of the committee, is to include these two changes that Mr. Riley submitted and then proceed with the new ordinance.
Okay, so the motion would be to amend the proposed ordinance to include the two changes made by Attorney Riley?
Yes. Yes.
All right, do I have a second to that motion? Okay, and the motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Councilor Frida?
On the amendment, I would rather see the amendment incorporated into the ordinance and have a chance to reread it. I still got a few concerns about the ordinance itself, but just as far as the amendment, I'd rather see it in writing, put in place so that we can read it and vote on it.
Okay, all right. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed, by a vote of 8-1, the amendment has been accepted. And I will refer this back to the chairman of legal affairs.
Okay. I've read this over a few times. I'm personally ready to go forward tonight, but I'll go to my committee members.
No, I still have some issues with the restrictiveness. I'm not sure, and I'll apologize because I haven't had a chance to really look at it the way I wanted to. But I just think we need to look at it a little closer and loosen it up just a little bit.
Councilor Marcia, your feelings?
I've read it over, I don't have any problems with it. As a professional courtesy, if we need to give it another couple of weeks, I don't have a problem with that, but I'm ready to vote on it tonight.
Okay. Well, as a courtesy to Councilor Fried, I would do the same. I don't think there's an issue with that.
No, I mean, there really isn't. We've had several subcommittee meetings, and hearings on this. We've had multiple feedback opportunities for the enforcement officers, including Interim Chief Goldman, as well as the Health Director, Mr. Knuth. So at this point, I would love to, move it along and just get it done. But, as a courtesy, I really don't have any problem, I guess, going along for another couple of weeks, giving it further time. And I'll go to my committee and ask Council Bedanza.
I'll take your lead.
Excuse me?
I'll take your lead, that's
Okay.
fine.
Council Feckley.
Same.
All right,
Thank
so
you.
further time.
Thank you very much. So the recommendation is for the time.
Okay, so you've heard the recommendation on 1-17 for further time. Is there any discussion? Council Frida?
I just want to add, I do appreciate the work that was put into it. I do recognize the need to strengthen the ordinance. There's something bothering me, and I can't tell you what it is, and I want to really have a chance to look at it again.
Okay, Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr?
I just wanted to note one thing in particular. I double-checked, we received the feedback from Mr. Riley, and then I wanted to confirm that none of this conflicts with state law, because that was certainly one of our objectives. And he came back and said absolutely, that it was consistent with state law. It was not, he didn't have any trouble with it, and again, he thought it was much improved, so I just wanted to add that.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of giving 1-17 further time, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed, by a vote of 9-0, 1-17 has been given further time. Moving on to 21-17.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unless there's an objection, if I could take 2117 through 2417 in block.
Sure.
Okay, petition 2117, Kristen Kelly on behalf of the Planning Board, adopt a new zoning ordinance regarding the installation of solar energy. Petition 2217, Kristen Kelly on behalf of the Planning Board, update the zoning ordinance table of uses to modify the applicability of energy systems, renewable, and to add 2 new uses, on-site solar system and off-site solar system. 2317, Kristen Kelly on behalf of the Planning Board, update the definition of energy system renewable and create definitions for solar energy system for on-site use and solar energy system for off-site use. And petition 2417, Kristen Kelly on behalf of the Planning Board, amend section 22-63.3.7 of the Leominster zoning ordinance by removing the words, quote, "and always within the right-of-way," end quote. We had public hearings on all of these matters this evening. The public hearings were all continued to January 23rd, so the recommendation would be further time.
Okay, you've heard the recommendation of the Chairman of Legal Affairs to give 21-17, 22-17, 23-17, and 24-17 further time. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of giving these further time, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed, by a vote of 9-0. 21-17, 22-17, 23-17, and 24-17 have been given. Moving on to 26-17.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2617, Roger Brooks Jr., amend sections 21-11.1, water use rate schedule as follows. Effective 12/1/16, raise the in-town water rate from $3.48 per unit to $3.67 per unit. Effective 4/1/18, raise the in-town water rate from $3.67 per unit to $3.78 per unit. Effective December 1st, 2016, raise the outside the city rate from $4.48 per unit to $4.75 per unit. Effective April 1st, 2018, raise the outside the city rate from $4.75 per unit to $4.89 per unit. Mr. Brooks came down to explain things earlier this evening. This is unfortunately a necessary evil. We do have a first-rate water system that's been recently improved, and there is a need to maintain it. So personally, I'm in favor, but I have to pull my committee, Council Frida and Council Marchand. Recommendation, Mr. President, is to grant 2617.
Okay, you've heard the recommendation of Legal Affairs to grant 26-17. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting 26-17, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed, by a vote of 8-0, 26-17 has been granted, and would it be noted that Councilor Shalfo Zephyr is abstaining due to a conflict of interest. Moving on to 27-17.
Thank you, Mr. President. Petition 2717, Roger Brooks Jr. Amend section 21-22.3 sewer user rate schedule as follows. Effective December 1st, 2016, raise the in-town sewer rate from $3.97 per unit to $4.09 per unit. Effective April 1st, 2018, raise the in-town sewer rate from $4.09 per unit to $4.21 per unit. Effective December 1st, 2016, raise the outside city rate from $8.12 per unit to $8.36 per unit. Effective April 1st, 2018, raise the outside city rate from $8.36 per unit to $8.61 per unit. Effective December 1st, 2016, raise the intermunicipal rate from $4.57 per unit to $4.71 per unit. Effective April 1st, 2018, raise the intermunicipal rate from $4.71 per unit to $4.85 per unit. Mr. President, again, similarly with the earlier petition, again, we've had the sewer infrastructure redone. It's top of the line now, and you know, you've got to maintain it. So my recommendation is to grant, and I'll poll my committees, Council Peter and Council Martian. The recommendation is to grant 2717.
Okay, you've heard the recommendation of Legal Affairs to grant 27-17. Is there any discussion? Councilor Nichol.
I just want to say, Roger and I quite often will sit down for a while, about 3 times a year, and talk about future things that might be needed. And we went over this, and originally it was going to be set up so that it was a much bigger hit the first year, and then another increase the second. And I had asked that he consider doing this so that it was maybe 1 more year, but a percentage that was lesser instead of a big upfront hit. And so, you know, this is what he's done, and it was something that was workable for them, so I just want to say thanks to Roger for balancing this out a little bit better than what was first considered, so.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Councilor Frida.
Yeah, I just wanted to credit Roger and the department as well. All anybody has to do is watch the news, and there's at least 1 sewer or water main break on a regular basis in all the older communities. Infrastructure needs to be fixed, and they've taken a really proactive stand on fixing it. So when it's incremental like this and people can see the work being done, I think it's certainly a credit to the city.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting 27-17, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed, by a vote of 8-0, 27-17 has been granted, and once again, Councilor Shalfo Zephyr has abstained. Moving on to 28-18.
Thank you, Mr. President. Petition 2817, Prime Wellness Centers, Inc. Grant a special permit for the use of a new building for the purpose of a medical marijuana dispensary on Block Drive. There's a hearing scheduled for January 9th, 2017 at 7 o'clock. Accordingly, the recommendation is for the time.
Okay.
And I do, yes, I'm sorry, I do have a conflict, but I think this is more administrative than anything else.
Okay. Councilor Frida, you all set with that? Okay. All right, so at this time, we will give 28-17 further time. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of giving 28-17 further time, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed, by a vote of 8-0, 27-17 has been given further time. Moving on to the City of Leominster's financial report. Mr. Chairman, are you ready to?
Thank you, Mr. President. We started the fiscal year with $14,005,850.70 in the stabilization account. All of the appropriations to date, including proposed appropriations submitted either for action this evening or on the agenda for the first time, total $1,565,316. If all of the submitted appropriations are ultimately approved, the resulting balance of the stabilization account would be $12,440,534.70.
Okay. Is there any questions or comments on the financial report? Seeing none, we will move on to items under finance, beginning with C-33. Mr. Chairman, are you ready to report?
Yes, Mr. President. C-33, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor. Relative to determining the factor to be used in setting the fiscal year 2017 tax rate. We had a hearing earlier this evening. We were joined by members of the assessing staff as well as our comptroller, Mr. Richard. It was their recommendation to maintain a historic factor of 1 tax rate, and I would recommend the same, and I'll check with members of my committee as to their predilection. Councilor Shalfo Zephyr?
Absolutely, I support the factor of 1.
And Councilor Nichol?
Yes, always supportive as it's a factor of 1, so I'm all set.
So, Mr. President, the unanimous recommendation of finance is to support a factor of 1 with respect to C-33.
Okay, so you've heard the unanimous recommendation of the Finance Committee to grant C-33. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting C-33, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed, by a vote of 9-0, C-33 has been granted. Moving on to C-34.
C-34, relative to the appropriation of $28,000 to the Fire Department capital outlay expense account, seem to be transferred from the stabilization fund. This involves purchasing some life-saving equipment for the fire department, chest compression units. We did have a finance committee meeting on December 7th, and as a result of the meeting, the members in attendance were in favor of granting C-34. I'll check with Councilor Nichol.
Yes, I fully support this.
And I will also say that because it came up during that subcommittee meeting as to the proper use of the stabilization fund, that I would refer anybody interested to page 55 of the Department of Revenue's City Officials Manual, wherein it indicates a stabilization fund is a special reserve fund into which monies may be appropriated and reserved for later appropriation for any lawful municipal purpose. Monies accumulated in the stabilization fund carry forward from one fiscal year to another. Further, in the provision, it indicates stabilization funds allow a town to save money for future years or avoid borrowing for capital projects. For example, towns often fund such items as fire trucks or building repairs from these funds. And we're all aware it requires a 2/3 vote to either put money in or take money out from a stabilization fund. That being said, the unanimous recommendation for finance on C-34 is to grant.
Okay, you've heard the unanimous recommendation of the Finance Committee to grant C-34. Is there any discussion, Councilor Shalfo Zephyr?
Thank you very much. We did discuss this at our Finance Subcommittee meeting, and we were certainly all in agreement. And I want to point out that Chief Sidlow, in requesting $27,178 for the purchase of these 2 chest compression systems, provided all kinds of important detail and backup on these systems, what they do, and also gave us a list, I think, of references and lots of material. And he actually has the quote here for those 2 units. So I just wanted to point that out because that's the kind of information I think that's very important to have in hand when we make these kinds of decisions about appropriating money. So with that said, yes, I'm certainly in support of this.
Okay, is there any further discussion, Councilor Nichol?
I just want to add that over the last year or so, the requirements for doing CPR have changed rather dramatically too, because they used to say so many beats per minute, and it jumped up from about, I think it was 30 to 88. And so you can just imagine how tiring this has got to be. for somebody who has to keep pumping away at that rate, it's pretty strenuous. So having a machine that will help in that respect is important, and because of that, I can fully support it.
All right, Councilor Lantiani.
Thank you. There are three organizations within the city that are near and dear to me personally: police, fire, and emergency management, that used to be civil defense. Not that the others aren't as thoughtful and as good, but when these three departments need something, they really need it, and it does help each and every one of us that are sitting here this evening. And I will gladly stand up, run through water, and jump hoops to say yay. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting C-34, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed, by a vote of 9-0, C-34 has been granted. Does the chairman have an order?
I do, Mr. President. Order that the sum of $28,000 be appropriated to the fire department capital outlay expense account, same to be transferred from the stabilization fund. Move for the adoption of the order.
Okay, you've heard the request for the adoption of the order. All those in favor of adopting the order, please signify by saying yea.
Yay.
Those opposed, by a vote of 9-0, C-34 has been adopted. Moving on to C-35.
C-35, relative to the appropriation of $588,000 to the Doyle Field Capital Outlay Expense Account, same to be transferred from the stabilization fund. We received some information from the Grants Administrator, Wendy Weeks, at that December 7th Finance Committee meeting. She provided us with some testimony as well as some documents. There were a number of questions raised during that meeting. One of the documents she provided us with was a breakdown of how they proposed to spend the $588,000. It should be noted that this is also tied to a park grant where the city of Leominster, once all of this work is completed and paid for, would receive in reimbursement from the federal government ultimately a payment of $250,000. That federal government payment is administered by the state DCR. That would leave a net cost to the city of Leominster for all these improvements of $338,000. The improvements include updating the walking track, redoing the bathrooms in the field house and making them handicapped accessible, installing bocce courts, making improvements to the parking area, lighting, plantings, and so forth. There was a request to Wendy for some information regarding the master plan. This work has not yet been designed. That wouldn't occur till after this vote. Ultimately, there's also there's going to be hopefully the ability to remove the walking track and redo that area as well if there's enough money left once this is all designed and bid out. It would be my desire to approve C-35, and I will check with members of my committee.
I'm not ready at this point to approve the communication. The conversation that we had with the grant writer at our meeting, I think was somewhat helpful, but then I asked for additional information and really didn't get anything. What I was looking for was the master plan and where this appropriation of almost $600,000, where it fits in to any plan that the city might have, and I didn't get that information back. I did get, I think everybody got on the council, an email that had 2 pages of the same schematic map. They're supposed to be different, I think, but they look like they're the same to me. So that really didn't provide me with any answers for the things that I was looking for. Yeah, there are some things in this proposal I think that are very, very important. For example, the bathroom upgrades. I mean, those absolutely have to be done. They're not handicapped accessible, and they're a mess. So I don't have any problem with some of these line items, but there are other things that I do have a problem. And I understand, a $250,000 grant is nothing, to sneeze at. But that still leaves $338,000 that the city has to pay. And we just, in recent weeks have approved $5 million for an athletic field up behind Leominster High School. We have, where's the police station? We have that big thing looming, I think, before us, which is going to be another big expenditure. So my problem isn't necessarily with all of the components of this, but I think I don't have enough information to support it. I really need to know how this fits into a broader plan and where this is. It's really hard for me to evaluate some of these requests that come down, some of the communications piecemeal. There isn't any, kind of broad plan where all of these things fit in. And I think doing it piecemeal is really hard for me. So at this point, I am not ready to support it.
Check with Councilor Nichol.
I've been dealing with this right up until as late as about an hour or so before we got here, which way to go. I look at the plans that we had, and then I compare that to the plans that we had for the field at the high school. And this is so rudimentary. It looks like pencil drawing that was done quickly and sent down to us. I agree with the other Councilor at large that, the bathrooms is something that definitely needs to be done. But other things, I look at the track, and they're talking about trying to do something with the track. I don't think, if my memory is correct, I don't think that track, that even basic requirements to have a track meet there. And now, not only have we expanded and rearranged the baseball field, and I'm glad to see seating for the baseball field in here too as well. But now we're adding bocce courts, things like that, and I say to myself, we've got an area for the kids, with the swings and the imagination station, and all these different things for them. We've redone the area where the baseball field is. We have a walking path that tons of people use, and so I can see doing something with that. But now on top of the things like an inadequate track, now we're gonna add bocce courts. And I say, where are we gonna fit all this stuff? So, my gut feeling is because of the importance of some of the things like the bathrooms and stuff like that, I can be willing to support this. But some of the other things raise question, and I'd like to see a decent looking plan. So what I would recommend that the committee consider is giving us further time and presenting it to the council that way.
We could give this further time to the end of time, and we're not gonna have a design, because the design, it hasn't happened yet, and won't happen until we pass the appropriation. The design is being funded through this appropriation.
Okay.
This is just a very general grouping of services that the designer will look at when the designer is hired to do this work. They're working with Mr. Leonard because everything but the bathroom all of the outdoor work, field work, doesn't require it go out to bid to hire a designer. Now, Mr. Leonard has done a lot of work down there and is familiar with the site as well as the master plan. But, this is $250,000 of grant money. It's gonna service a whole lot of people, because a lot of people use that walking track, they use the playground equipment, they use the benches, there's passive recreation there. This stuff has to move along in order to be ready as soon as possible for next year. I believe there's a lot of impact to citizens in terms of quality of life from this work, and our grant administrator has worked very hard, not just on this one, but on other park grants that have been obtained for that facility in the past. This is an extension of what has been planned really from day one. We've put in a lot of money to the bowl and to the baseball field, and in my view, this is an area where there are gonna be a lot of citizens impacted that wouldn't necessarily have any use other than watching the sports that go on in the bowl and in the baseball field. And this is something very necessary, and as I said, please don't misunderstand, there is no design. It can't be until this appropriation is passed. So I stand ready to move forward on this evening.
So Councilor Nichol, does that help with your
Yeah, I'd like to reply, you know, we don't have a design, but there have been a ton of projects that the city has gone to somebody and asked for what they would expect to be bids for certain things to happen.
Do you have,
And
do you have
it's-
this document,
it's
Counselor?
So what I'm saying is, I have two members, one wants to grant it immediately, one's asking for further time. If further time is gonna help her, and actually help myself too, feel a little bit more comfortable, then I gotta recommend further time, that's it.
Okay, so that's your recommendation, Council Nichols, for the time?
It is.
And I see the second member's hand, Council Schaffhauser.
Yeah, thank you very much. I guess a couple of things. First of all, if there is no design, I don't know how this, $588,000 budget was determined and how some specific things are in here. There's granite seating, there are bocce courts, there are granite distance markers and signage, there is post lighting, there's site furniture. So, if this was, for the $55,000 for the design and the survey, I'd appropriate that in a minute. Because you know what, I use those walking trails at Doyle Field, and I'm there all the time. And Imagination Station iterations was actually paid for by private donations. Years ago, there was a collection of people that got together and raised the money for that. And over the years, they raised more money to fix it at one point because it needed some repair, and that was all privately done. So, a $250,000 grant, again, I understand is a lot of money. $338,000, $338,000, that's the city portion for this proposal that has not been designed yet, but has been costed out at $588,000. So, we can give it further time, we can ask for more information, we can take it in smaller increments. If we do the design at $55,000, however much that costs, the line item in here says $55,000. I don't have a problem with that. I think that's responsible
The grant.
Okay,
oversight.
so, hold on, so I need a recommendation. that
Oh,
we'll-
my recommendation would be
So,
further time.
Further time, Council Nichols for the time, and the chairman wants
To
to
go and act
grant.
on it. Yeah.
Okay, so that's,
And I
that's.
would
do
like
you
to
have something?
respond.
Okay, do you have something to add? to-
Yeah, I do. And the iteration that was established, the breakdown, the itemization by Mr. Leonard to arrive at the $588,000 is how the grant was obtained. It's not as, the level of design to create a workable document to go out to bid or obtain these services hasn't been created, as I've indicated previously. But there was a breakdown that was created with Mr. Leonard's expert assistance in order to obtain the grant. Without that, the grant couldn't have been obtained. So this is what we have. We're not gonna get anything more. And we can either look this gift horse in the mouth or not. And for my purposes, I wanna go forward and work towards obtaining this grant money and get this work done.
Okay, so the recommendation of your committee then is gonna be further time?
Yes.
That's, okay. All right, so you've heard the recommendation of the finance committee to give C-35 further time. Is there any discussion? No discussion, okay. All those in favor of giving C-35 further time, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed? Council Frida, are you giving it further time? I didn't see a hand, sorry.
Do that again.
Okay, so all those in favor of giving C-35 further time, please signify in the usual manner.
Can we have some more comment?
Oh, not at this time, because,
Okay.
well, you want further discussion? We can do
Yeah.
that. Okay, sure. You didn't have a chance to speak, so.
Right.
Go ahead.
Thank you,
Sure.
I appreciate
Sure.
that, thank
No
you. We're
problem.
in the middle of a vote, I appreciate it. I'm not sure what further time would do. I think that's the question. What will further time do? I understand both sides of the discussion this evening. I support this, and I trust that the administration has profiled themselves into a position where they will come up with an ultimate plan that eventually we will see on it. And I think, key to my position on it is the Chairman of Finance's comments regarding how some of the funding that we're looking for through this process is going to allow for the funding to be able to have a conceptual design actually brought to fruition. There's a few things that were in the plan where I'm not sure exactly if they need them or not, but some do have an appearance they do need them. An example would be the bocce courts. There's over 1,000 people playing right now on Central Street. Folks, that's private property. That has nothing to do with the city. That's private property. So if that was developed or sold, you know, all of a sudden there would be well over 1,000 people, cross-generational, that would be displaced with no courts to be able to utilize in the city of Leominster. And I see it as being a program that would actually take off, because the people who aren't specifically in the leagues don't have access to the courts that are private, so now it can go public and people can enjoy it. I understand the plan is not etched in stone, but really, I trust the administration's flexibility to work with the Recreation Commissioner and the department in order to be able, and also the Doyle Field Commission, to be able to make sure that what is needed down there actually goes, the money is dedicated to good use. So I'm for it, without reservation.
Okay, so once again, I'll add, is there anybody that would like, Councilor Schaefer-Zephyr, and then I'll go to Councilor Dabrowski.
Okay, yeah, thank you. You know, one other question that I had is, you know, some of the specifics, you know, some of the granite seating and the bocce courts. How much public input was actually solicited for this? I mean, that's a question that I have and that wasn't answered. How much have people across the city weighed in? I know that there are a lot of people who play bocce. I've been down there. You know, and there's a lot of people and it's a fun thing. However, maybe other people throughout the city, you know, have another use or have something else that they might want to propose for further redevelopment of Doyle Field in the Upper Bowl. I mean, you know, how much public input was there? Where is the comprehensive, you know, where's the documentation for the grant? Even the verbiage from the grant, which is what I asked for, would have been helpful. You know, where's the grant application that really puts this in context and lays this out as a plan? We don't have it. I don't have it, and I have questions. So, you know, further time, you know, I disagree that further time wouldn't get us anything else. Maybe we would get the documentation that we discussed at our finance subcommittee meeting, because I certainly didn't get it in response to my question.
With all due respect.
To the chair, yeah.
Through the chair, I don't recall anybody asking for a grant application.
No.
This material that's been presented is in direct response to questions that were asked at that hearing. The public input came when the master plan was developed. The master plan is what Mr. Leonard used in order to do the breakdown. We're just gonna end up going around in circles here. I'd like to move forward so that, you know, we've spent over $5 million on the bowl and the baseball field that are used by athletes, and it's great. There's a lot of kids using those fields. These improvements are used by the general populace. They're gonna be enjoyed much more greatly once all of these improvements are made. And to me, it's incumbent upon us to move forward with this. I mean, there's been a lot of work done on this already, and nothing is gonna change 2 weeks from now or 4 weeks from now. So, in my view, you know, this is $250,000 of money that we've attracted. That is certainly gonna take a lot of the burden off our taxpayer to create a lot of bang for the buck with respect to the improvements, these needed improvements to the field.
Okay, Councilor Dabrowski, you haven't spoken yet, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I certainly understand the points that are being raised for further time. And I think they're good points, they're valid points. But I do think that this is a big bang for the buck, $250,000. And Doyle Field is a destination point. Might be the only facility in the city that is used by just about everybody. And you know, there's nothing worse, and you see it when you travel, there's nothing worse than seeing a public facility that is not well maintained. And I think it's a jewel, and I'd like to move forward with it tonight as well. I don't want to risk losing the $250,000. I'm also aware, I think you need a 2/3 vote for this to occur. So I'm in favor of going forward with it. I understand the request for further time. I normally don't go against that, but tonight I do.
Okay, Councilor Feckley, did I see your hand as well?
Yes, I certainly understand Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr's stance here. We got 10 pages of information for the fire department's request. And we got one piece of information on the grant, and then 2 pictures that I cannot make heads or tails of. This is a lot of money. I appreciate that Doyle Field is a destination spot for people, but, and I would support a design, $55,000 for a design, but I just don't have enough information here to vote and take this kind of money out of the stabilization fund at this point. I didn't know anything about the meeting that took place that Councilor Bedanza is discussing. I don't even know who Mr. Leonard is, but I'm going to vote for $338,000 tonight. That doesn't make any sense to me, so I will not be supporting this.
Okay. All right. Is there any other discussion on C-36? Councilor Schaffler-Zephyr?
Yep. Doyle Field definitely is a destination. I mean, I'm down there a lot walking, I see lots and lots of people, not only in the, part on Priest Street, but the baseball field is very well utilized. We had lovely events there this summer for Ginny's Helping Hands. We had 2 movie nights. We had 3 scheduled, 1 got canceled because of a terrible storm. But those nights were lovely, lovely evenings. We had people spread out on the lawn. We had this inflatable movie screen, it was 18 by 24 feet wide. I mean, it was huge, and we had the space to do that. So, Doyle Field is maintained beautifully. The Doyle Field Commission, the DPW, the people who take care of that field, they do a fantastic job. They do. I never get down there and see it a mess. I mean, the rubbish is always emptied, so I'm not worried about it not being maintained because it's being currently maintained beautifully. What I do have concerns about is appropriating, the $338,000 above and beyond the grant, and without any knowledge or information about what was the public input. Did anybody have public input into what we have here on paper? Maybe somebody else in Leominster, has got a great idea that, they would want to have included in this. I mean, I just don't know. So those are my questions. I think they're legitimate. I think they're reasonable. And I think, a $250,000 grant is certainly nothing to sneeze at. But again, the city's portion of this proposal is $338,000, excuse me, and that's nothing to sneeze at either. And, the stabilization account, is money that is, for one-time expenditures, and, I get that, but, just because we have the money, again, doesn't mean that we should spend it. I mean, let's think about this in terms of like a longer-term plan here. Let's not do these appropriations or communications piecemeal. It makes no sense to me. I mean, is this part of a larger, broader plan? Are we gonna make investments all over this? I mean, really, can we put this together with other kinds of things that are on the table or on the, foreseeable future discussion board, for Barrett Park, for the Lassie League fields? I mean, where does this fit in? To me, it's not as simple as, okay, let's not lose a $250,000 grant. It's not that simple. It's part of a bigger picture here, and it's a big expenditure for the taxpayers, $388,000. That's a lot of money. $338, excuse me. So anyways, that's my position. Further time, I'd ask more questions.
Councilor Fiddy, you haven't spoken yet, but I see your hand a minute ago.
I just wanted to go through the chair to the finance chair. Would further time jeopardizes the grant?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I will say this, that you can't delineate the $55,000 for design away from the rest of the project. In other words, we're not in a position, nor could we ever be in a position to appropriate only the design money. And
through the chair, that wasn't my question. I just want to know.
I don't know.
We don't know that.
But if I may speak,
yeah,
my position is that, here we have somebody who's worked hard to produce a grant. I mean, what are we doing? I mean, there's $338,000 to be spent, and we're getting nearly $600,000 in value for it. And there was a public hearing on this, and that was sent to us. Wendy sent us an email with all of the people that participated in a public hearing to voice their concerns with respect to the design on this. There was several people, representatives from the Recreation Department, other people in the city. So this isn't something that just popped up with the meeting that we had on December 7th. This has been in the works for a long time.
Councilor Frida?
through the chair, in all due respect, my question was just, I support this. My question was, would further time affect the grant? We don't know.
I answered the question. I said, I don't know. I honestly don't know.
But you're elaborating on
Well, I asked
other
the- I
issues
asked-
that weren't mine.
I asked the
So, my
president.
question was,
I answered your question. I asked the
So we
president if
don't
I could
know.
speak.
So we don't know if this is time sensitive or not. Okay, all right, is there anybody else? Council Nickel?
I just wanna make a comment. You know, we have a number of things that have been given to the city. I mean, probably the oldest one is Kendall Hall. Well, in 1931, we got the field from Mr. Doyle because of his efforts. And the city council back then too, I'd say. But I want to support this. And if anybody thinks I'm against it, really not too, because my feeling is it's something that was given to the city. We need to respect it and to appreciate it. And expanding this might very well, you know, be a respectful thing to do and a good thing to do. I wish I had more detailed information about what this is gonna look like. If you look at this plan, it shows drawing in trees and pencils, but out of this, I don't see that space dedicated for a bocce field at this point, things like that. So, until I get a little bit more information about where everything's gonna fit and what pieces into what, and how much we're gonna get, you know, are we gonna get a couple of lanes of bocce? Are we talking about maybe wanting to do 8 or 10? So you're talking space. So when I get those answers, I'll gladly support this. Thank you.
Councilor Bedanza?
With all due respect to the Ward 2 councilor, you're not going to get that. The design work has not been done. And the design work cannot be done until we vote on this. $55,000 is estimated to be used of the total amount of sum being sought by the communication for design work. So there is no design work coming prior to a vote. We're either gonna vote for this ultimately or not, but you're not gonna get any design work before then. That's unfortunately the way it is. What we have is we have a breakdown as to how they got to the $588,000 figure for the purposes of the grant application. And the grant's been approved. So the next step is, if we do appropriate the money, is that the design's gonna be committed at that point. Then you'll have an opportunity to see more specifically exactly what's being done with this money. And then ultimately, when the money is spent, it could be $570,000, it could be $560,000, it could be some amount less. But we're not gonna get a design. No matter how many times we further time this, we're not gonna get a design. It's as simple as that.
Councilor Schaffel-Zephyr?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure why, through the chair to the Ward 4 council, I mean, you said, no, we couldn't appropriate $55,000, you know, for design. I mean, why couldn't we? I mean, that would make a lot of sense to me. You go out, you have the design done, and then you have something very specific that you can actually have a conversation with people about to say, look, this is what we're gonna do. And this is how it fits into the overall scheme of things and what we're doing across the city in terms of recreation. You know,
Because it was presented as $588,000 in terms of the grant application. And in addition to that, for pragmatic reasons, if we approve $55,000 from our stabilization fund to draw a design, there's no guarantee that we'd ever do anything with the design. This is an all-for-one thing, and it's part of the grant application.
No, sir?
Yep.
Councilor Anciani?
Thank you. I sit here and, with no disrespect, but I remember as a child growing up in Leominster, Central Street, Lincoln Terrace, Union Street, you wouldn't come and go up to Doyle Field because it wasn't for me and the generation that I grew up with. But as I've grown up and seen what takes place over at Doyle Field is just amazing. it's amazing. And to think that we have that in our hands, here we have an opportunity to expand on it, to make it playable, usable for everybody. And, you know, we could delay it 2 weeks, 4 weeks, keep, you know, I'm ready to vote yay, and let's move on. Thank you.
Is there any, Council Freya?
Just a reminder that there needs to be a 2/3 vote here.
That's right, so it needs 6 votes to pass. Okay, is there any other discussion? Okay, so the recommendation of finance was to give C-35 further time. So all those in favor of giving C-35 further time, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed? By a vote of 6 to 3, 3 to 6, further time has not been granted. So I will ask, is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion on the floor to approve Communication 35.
Okay, and do I hear a second on that motion?
Second.
And seconded by Council Lanciani. So we have a motion and a second to grant C-35. Is there any discussion? Council Nichol?
You know, we automatically backed ourselves into a corner. If we vote against this, it's done. We don't get a chance to do anything. It's done, and you'd have to start all over again with a new petition, or a new communication. The other thing is, you know, if we had granted further time, then at least you would have had that period of time that, you know, negotiations and discussion could happen. So essentially now what we've done is throw down the cards and said, you've got to vote for this, because if you don't, you might lose it and never get it. It is an uncomfortable position to be in, rather than compromise. I'm just bringing that up. It's, you know, I've seen it once before. We had something dealing with sewer issues and stuff with Lancaster. And I think we spent about 3 or 4 hours dealing with the issue. And it kept coming down, trying to amend it, trying to do things. And when we were done, it essentially didn't happen. So I would hate to see us in that position. So, you know, what that means is I really have no choice at this point. If I say no and we don't get the number of votes, then it might well be a done issue and, you know, that's it. So now I'm at the point I have a choice. My choice grudgingly is to say, yes, I'll support it, rather than take the chance on losing it. And, you know, if we give them further time, we might have been able to work something out, but now that's been shot down. So now we go to the next thing, which is grant or deny. And if we don't get enough votes to grant it, and it ends up getting denied, then we've missed out completely. So with that, I will vote to grant this communication. Not that I'm happy about it, but just that I don't want to lose an opportunity to get the funds in the future. I don't want to walk it out and see it put on the dues. So, all set.
Is there any other discussion, Councilor Schaffhauser?
Yeah, thank you. No, I think, you know what, I think that's really, I think you spoke to what I think is the heart of what's wrong with this stuff. You know, it's either all or nothing. You know, there is no opportunity to get more information because, oh, the scare tactic, we're gonna lose a grant, or something's gonna happen, you know, the sky's gonna fall in. And that kind of, you know, it's gotten ridiculous. You know, we're gonna lose a grant. Nobody knows when the grant deadline is. Nobody knows really, because we haven't gotten the information, right? When is the last date for this appropriation? When, you know, how long do we have to accept the grant? Nobody here knows that. Nobody here knows that. So, you know, I'm not opposed to anything improving Doylefield. I love Doylefield. I'm there all the time. I use it all the time. My kids, when they were growing up, I'm a big supporter of Doylefield. I am a supporter of the foundation and the commission. However, as a city councilor, I feel a responsibility, you know, when we vote on these things, to really have all of the information at hand and to make a responsible and informed decision. And in this case, you know, I think there's a better way to go about this. I think, you know, you appropriate $55,000 for a design, you get a design, and then you move forward with public hearings, and you let the public and the taxpayers have some input into this huge expenditure of their tax dollars. So that's my position, and I am not gonna support it in the second round. I think there's a better way to go about doing these things, and I don't think this is it. And again, we got 1 page, 1, 2, 3 paragraphs from the mayor asking for $588,000. You know, we had 20 pages from the fire chief, you know, asking for defibrillators. So that's my position.
Okay, is there any other discussion on C-35? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting C-35, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed, by a vote of 7-2, C-35 has been granted. Does the chairman have an order?
Yes, Mr. President. Ordered that the sum of $588,000 be appropriated to the Doyle Field Capital Outlay Expense Account, same to be transferred from the stabilization fund. Move for the adoption of the order.
Okay, you've heard the request for the adoption of the order. All those in favor of adopting the order, please signify by saying yea.
Yay.
Those opposed?
Nay.
By a vote of 7-2, C-35 has been adopted. Moving on to C-36.
C-36, relative to the appropriation of $50,000 to the Economic Development Expense Account, same to be transferred from the stabilization fund. We have a letter from the mayor dated November 22nd, asking for this appropriation. The purpose of the appropriation is to solicit bids for professional, for public relations work to help market the city. There is no specifics with respect to this at this point because it hasn't gone out to bid. But these monies would be used for comprehensive services to essentially market the city to businesses and for economic development. I'll check, it would be my position to approve this particular communication. I'll check with my committee members.
No, I'm not in a position to approve this.
And Councilor Nichol.
No, I won't go along with it.
So the majority of the finance committee is to
Deny.
Deny.
Okay, so you've heard the recommendation of the finance committee to deny C-36. Is there any discussion? Councilor Bedanza.
I'm just, not dissimilar to the last communication, again, these funds are gonna be used for a good purpose. I mean, marketing the city is an important thing to all of us, as well as our tax base. In today's day and age, to be competitive, you need a good marketing effort that has to be professionally created, and those services aren't necessarily cheap. You need a PR firm or public relations firm to help you with those sort of things, and that's what the mayor's asking us to do. And I think the city has fared well with respect to economic development, but there's obviously great room for improvement, and I think this is important to all of our taxpayers, because in order to make money, you have to invest some money. And in relative terms, this is a small investment in our city's future, and I would support it.
Is there any other discussion? Councilor Frida?
It's probably not directly relative, but if this council had supported that increase in the hotel tax, this would have covered this plus some. And when you listen to the report of the chamber tonight on how overwhelming the hotel is and how much revenue they've received, it would have been a big boost to the city of Leominster on that, and it would have been paid for people who don't live around here and have nothing to do with our community except to visit. So I will support this. I think anything we can do to market our community is a good thing.
Councilor Schaffler-Zephyr?
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, $50,000 with a couple of paragraphs of description. When people come down for an appropriation, it's helpful when they come down with a quote. So if, the mayor or his staff had gone out and gotten a couple of quotes from different marketing firms, and they said, look, it's between 45 and 55 or 45 and 60, that's not a problem. And in the detail, whatever detail there is, The appropriation will allow the city to hire the professional services of a marketing firm to develop a citywide logo, including an updated Welcome to Leominster sign, develop the city's marketing story and plan, and create a multimedia approach so we can target specific audiences. Now, some of those things, developing a citywide logo, that's a special expertise that may not exist in the city. However, the mayor does have, you know, an economic development person, a small business person, and isn't that their job to market the city? Isn't a big part of the mayor's job to market the city? Do we really need a PR firm? You know, and some of the stuff, if you had it, you know, if the $50,000 was broken out in a way that, you know, we could take a look at the various line items, I wouldn't have a problem necessarily with developing a citywide logo. I mean, that requires definite skill and expertise that may not, you know, be available in the city. An updated Welcome to Leominster sign, maybe we can get somebody to donate that. You know, develop the city's marketing story and plan. Who best knows the city's story and plan other than the economic development people that are currently on the mayor's staff, I would think. So again, you know, $50,000, people say it's not a lot of money. I think it's a substantial amount of money. If we had more detail, I might be able to support it or support parts of it. So that's why my position is to deny it.
Council Bedanza?
I am aware that the city did solicit ballpark estimates from PR firms, but because it's, you know, it's a public entity and there's procurement laws, there's only so far they can go. So they can't, under those circumstances, for example, go to a PR firm and have a detailed discussion with what they might provide for X amount of dollars, because now you have procurement issues. So that explains why you don't have more detail with respect to this. Again, I think it's our responsibility to, as best we can, also be good ambassadors for the city and to put our best foot forward. We might have disagreements, I suppose, from time to time how that's done, and that's understandable. But again, I think, you know, it's a lot of money, absolutely. $50,000 is a lot of money, but it's an investment in Leominster's future, and I see it as an appropriate investment so that we can get some professional marketing, which I think is important. You know, anybody can market anything, but there are people that have experience in this, and it is a specialty. And I mean, I think it's a worthwhile effort, and again, I would support it.
Okay. Council Nickel?
Yes, a number of years ago, then Mayor Lisa Wong and I spent about an hour talking about developing things in the cities. And what she said at that time is, if a major company wants to come in, they're looking for a pool of people. And the pool of people that they had was well over 100,000 people. I think it might have been close to about 300 and something thousand, which means we would be in a pool trying to develop something for a crowd that we don't necessarily have, that would go all the way down into Worcester. Well, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna look at how things are in Worcester. They stick along for Worcester and pretty much the southern communities in Worcester. Not very much stuff is given to Leominster as far as trying to develop things. And the idea that we would be in a pool that would be that big and include a major city. I mean, we've had things, they've taken over the local hospital. You know, it was run for years. It finally, between that and combining with Fitchburg, got to the point that the debt was too high, and I realized that. But now it's anything you want in Leominster to get as far as equipment, even some of the personnel things, has to go through UMass at Worcester, period. And now, for one thing, if we want to expand, I remember years ago, they were talking about having like a midwife in a birthing place. And one of 2 sites was Leominster, and the other one was Worcester. And I remember the vice president at the time saying, you know, she even said it in the paper. She said, as far as I'm concerned, it's a 2-way route. There's no reason that people couldn't travel from Leominster to take advantage of, you know, a regional healthcare system versus Leominster people always having to go to Worcester. And I thought that was pretty brave of her. So to me, we're looking at this amount of money. It isn't much when you look at the general thing going on and the way we're spending money lately for multiple projects, even to the point of taking $54,000 out of stabilization to pay for wages of some firefighters that are gonna retire.
Right.
We're only 6 months into a budget. Where was the budgeted amounts with this, that we now have to go to stabilization account? So with that, you know, I'm not willing to support this, because now what we're gonna have is Leominster is gonna do a little bit, and then, well, you know, Fitchburg will have to do something to compete, so they'll do a little bit, and it's always gonna be a little bit for each town, but it's not gonna be enough to get where we really might wanna go, so I won't support it.
Council Marchand, did I see your hand?
What's the committee report?
To deny.
To deny, okay. I have a difference of opinion with all due respect. Take us back a few years, it was 1999, and over 40 members strong, meeting every 2 to 3 weeks. At that time in the Monument Grove, called the Leominster Downtown Association. I happened to be the chairman of that group till it finished up in the early 2000s. And one of the things that we lacked at that time was a coordinated effort to be able to market the city of Leominster, in particular downtown, but members of that association also branched out into the business, out into the other areas. We had manufacturers involved as well. And so therefore, we came up with a partnership with the mayor, current mayor, to fund Chris Paquette. Some of us remember Chris Paquette. In his initial days, he was basically the economic development coordinator, and he was assigned to the Downtown Association, and we did a lot of different things, and a lot of it was basically improvements to try to draw people, make downtown more attractive, fill vacancies, help small businesses during difficult times with mini grants and even scholarship money to keep them going for that part. But at that point, as you know, I was very much involved in getting involved with the Johnny Appleseed Festival, going on 19 years now. And one of the things that I've become keenly aware, we also did have a presentation by the mayor on this, by the way. And I was excited about it for the reasons of pulling everything together. You know, we have fragmented efforts that are taking place right now. You have one group that runs an event, you know, and they can advertise on WXLO, another group has the Sentinel, another group has another newspaper. It's just like this poo-poo platter of efforts, but nothing is well coordinated. And I see the advantage of trying to compete at a time when we have the most unfair competitor and the biggest competitor right on our back and down our throat every time we've tried to do something called Devon's Mass. They make their own rules. They give out tips and grants that we can't give out. You know, they've made it so easy for people to go to Devon's that we, this council or the past council supported a major grant to build an incubator-based kind of a complex for new business coming into the area to support things happening in Devon's. One company pulls out, and as of today, there's still nothing happening at that site. You know, so anything we can do. Ironically, I have a former student whose father, his ballpark figure for corporate design work is $250,000 for a logo. So, you know, if this is what we're getting, where you're in a situation where, you know, we're going to get everything involved here and finally pull together the marketing on the internet and all the different social media, I'm excited that we're going to be able to do that. I think I saw a lot of that in the presentation that the mayor made already. And it's good that they take the burden off of the people who are running the civic events, because they can pull it all together. That's all part of it, and I know that for a fact. So I'd like to move forward with this tonight.
Okay. Is there any other discussion, Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr?
Yep, thank you. I think to address the point that the Ward 5 councilor made, the city has staff and has had staff in the past to actually do the marketing for the city. I mean, you're exactly right, economic development person. I guess lives in the planning department. And then we have CDBG people, you know, who are also tasked with some kind of marketing. So the city has staff that should be working on marketing plans. I mean, that makes sense to me. We're paying people to do these economic development jobs. Well, marketing is part of economic development. And then also a second thing is that, you know, what are local businesses doing? You know, what kind of partnerships and what, you know, what are the people who have vacant industrial land, what are they doing to market their properties? I don't know. So, you know, coordinating with city employees and developing a citywide marketing plan with partnerships, you know, out in the business world makes a lot of sense to me. You know, spending $50,000 on an external consultant just doesn't.
Councilor Nichol?
Yeah, I just want to add a couple of things real quick. You know, we talked about the sign. I know very well about that sign because I was one of a limited number of people that donated money to create and install that sign that says welcome to Leominster. The other thing is, you know, we talked, we heard from the Chamber of Commerce tonight. $29,000 more just in new
29%.
tax money that we got for the hotels.
29%.
Yeah, so now, you know, I can't help but think, it can't all be tourism that we benefited from. There might well have been people coming in from industries to look at the area and stop there, so it's a resource in itself. But I won't support it tonight, period, that's it.
Councilor Shuffle-Zephyr?
Yeah, thank you. Councilor Nichol reminded me of one thing. In terms of other partnerships, I mean, we certainly do have the chamber, you know, who that's, their business is marketing businesses and helping local municipalities expand their reach and market their resources, as well as places like the MMA. You know, I'm sure they have resources for municipalities. So, you know, I think with the staff that the city currently employs and with other resources that are available, you know, locally and regionally, I think that's a better approach to developing a marketing plan for the city.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Seeing none, so once again, C-36, the recommendation of the committee was to deny. So all those in favor of denying C-36, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed? By a vote of 4 to 5, the motion to, or the recommendation to deny C-36 does not carry. So do I see another, is there another recommendation on the floor?
I'll move the grant.
Second.
Isn't that
deny it?
2/3 vote?
Well, how did David vote?
Would
It's a
that,
different-
would
it's
that
a different
automatically
vote.
deny?
He
So
moved to it?
it's a
Different
simple,
vote.
it's a simple majority
Yeah.
to entertain the recommendation, right?
No,
It's done.
no, so it's done.
It's done.
It's done,
Okay,
it's
it's
denied.
done.
Yep.
So by a vote of 4 to 5,
Mhm.
C-36 has been denied. Okay, moving on to C-37.
C-37, relative to the appropriation of $2,000 to the police department overtime account, same to be transferred from the disability parking fines reserved for appropriation account. This one's a little easier lifting. This is something we do every year. There's money in the account that is used for extra enforcement for the handicap fines at this Christmas shopping time of the year. And the unanimous recommendation of finance from the December 7th meeting was to grant C-37.
Okay, so you've heard the recommendation of the Finance Committee to grant C-37. Is there any discussion? Councilor Feckley.
Mr. President, I'll be excusing myself from this vote out of an abundance of caution because I am on the Disability Commission.
Okay, and Councilor Nichol, did I see your hand?
You did, I just want to let the chairman know that he's got one that at least is gonna go through smoothly, I believe.
Yeah.
Because I support this.
Good.
You
I'm sorry.
never
I
know.
forgot you
Ready
were-
for good news, probably.
We saved the best one for last.
Is there any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of granting C-37, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed, by a vote of 8 to 0, C-37 has been granted. Does the chairman have an order?
Yes, Mr. President, in order that the sum of $2,000 be appropriated to the police department overtime account, same to be transferred from the disability parking fines reserved for appropriation account, move for the adoption of the order.
Okay, you've heard the request of the adoption of the order. All those in favor of adopting the order, please signify by saying yea.
Yay.
Those opposed, by a vote of 8-0, C-37 has been adopted. Moving on to public service, 17-16.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Public Service, it's regards the acceptance and approval of parcel C on Somerset Ave. We brought it up once before, but paperwork wasn't ready. I have since talked to the city clerk. The planning board recommends that the petition be granted. And they made comment to the fact, and I already knew that the DPW was in favor of it too. So whenever, as chairman over the years, whenever I got a request to something like street acceptance and the like, I would always refer one to the DPW to make sure they got their needs satisfied. And also to the planning board, for the same reason. So we have both groups that are recommending approval, and I'm gonna go to my committee and see if they agree. Councilor Feckley?
All set.
All set? Councilor Nabrowski?
I agree.
Okay, unanimous decision to grant petition 1716.
Okay, if you could, just for the public, Council Nichol, could you read the petition
Sure.
in its entirety? I know you summarized it.
Yeah. It's Bavinski and Donovan Attorneys at Law, street acceptance and approval of a layout for parcel C on Somerset Drive. The continuance of Somerset Drive, Ballard Court, Candlewood Drive, and Keeneland Circle. And there was a question brought up about the pump, and that is, DPW once again had no problem with it. And they didn't bring it up when they made a recommendation to discuss with the planning board. So therefore I know that it's most probably all set, ready to go.
Okay, and for the sake of time, I have a lot to say about this, but I will not, for the sake of time, and throwing the chair to the vice president, I'm just not gonna worry about that tonight, but I will say that I'm glad that this is finally taken care of. So you've heard the recommendation of the Public Service Committee to grant 17-16. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Marsh.
To the chairman, who actually owns the property at this point, the roads? I'd ask that question, who developed them.
It's the developer, and I'm not sure exactly who the developer was. As many times as I've been down, it slips my mind.
Anyone familiar with it through the chair?
Is that traditional concept?
That was Michael.
Castleland, Mike Lovezola, Castleland.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanna make sure I'm not in conflict of interest from a previous employer.
Right, I do believe that at one point Greg Scotty had some, but I don't, it wasn't.
The other one's not,
Right,
Yeah.
So, Mr. President, now that you've decided, you know, you can turn over to me, I'll take it from this point, so we can be all set. So with that, are there any further comments by the city council as regarding the acceptance? If not, the recommendation of public service was to grant, and that appears to be the most probably the will of the city council. So now I'll ask, we're gonna take a vote. All those in favor of granting 1716, usual manner, vote in usual manner? Okay, we have unanimous recommendation to grant the petition.
okay, so 17-16 has been granted.
And that is by a vote of 8-0, and with that, I now turn it over to you.
9-0?
Oh,
9-0.
You abstained, I
No,
thought.
I said that I didn't want to, I wasn't gonna speak about it, but that's okay.
Okay, all right, so,
9-0.
let's take a vote one more time, just to make sure it's clear. All those in favor of granting petition 1716, can I see a vote in the usual manner, one way or the other? Okay, it is 9-0. Anybody opposed? it's voted 9-0, and petition is granted.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, moving on to 29-17, and this one, I will need to, I can facilitate the meeting, but I will need to abstain from this because my employer does own a part of this equipment, and I will refer 29-17 to the Chairman of Public Service.
Yes, 29-17, National Grid and Verizon New England Incorporated, Country Lane, installing jointly owned pole on Country Lane. We had a gentleman down from the National Grid who explained things to the committee. Nobody spoke, other than him, nobody else spoke for it, but yet, at the same time, when it came time, I asked, nobody wanted to speak against it. So with that, the committee decided that we would recommend that it be granted. So I now put it before the council, asking for their approval.
Okay, so you've heard the recommendation of the Public Service Committee to grant 29-17. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting 29-17, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed, by a vote of 8-0, 29-17 has been granted. Moving on to city property, C-38. Madam Chairwoman, you ready to report?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, whoops, excuse me. C-38, Dean J. Mazzarella, Mayor, requests the City Council transfer the care, custody, and control of the Twin Cities Rail Trail Corridor to the Mayor for the purpose of conveyance, and authorize the Mayor to convey said property on such terms and conditions, and for such consideration as the Mayor may deem appropriate. Granted with an emergency preamble on November 28th, 2016, and other vote is required. So I think at the last, at our prior meeting, the recommendation of City Property Committee was to grant C-38. And I'll go to my committee members, Council Bonanza.
I'm in favor of granting.
Okay, and Council Frida.
Yes.
Okay. So the committee's recommendation is to grant, or to, grant C-38.
Okay, so you've heard the recommendation of the City Property Committee to grant C-38. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting C-38, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed, by a vote of 9-0, C-38 has been granted. Moving on to appointments. Madam Chairwoman of Ways and Means, you ready to report?
Yes, Mr. President, we had 2 appointments on the calendar tonight. Office of Emergency Management Administration Unit, John Carroll. John Carroll was not in attendance this evening, so we did not have the opportunity to interview him. Council on Aging, Maria Maldari, term to expire April 15th, 2019. Ms. Maldari was in here, and I found her to be delightful. She seemed like she was very excited about helping the Council on Aging. She has some ideas. She's been there. She's participated. She knows a lot of the people, and certainly I heard a lot of good things from my fellow councilors. So I am pleased to approve or recommend the approval of Maria Maldari for the Council on Aging, and I'll go to my committee.
Okay, Councilor
Concur.
Marchand, Councilor Lanciani?
I concur.
Okay, so you've heard the unanimous recommendation of the Ways and Means Committee to appoint Maria Maldari to the Council on Aging. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of granting this appointment, please signify in usual manner. Those opposed, by a vote of 9-0, Maria Maldari has been appointed to the Council on Aging. Are you gonna wait on the appointment, John Carroll? Do you wanna?
We could reach out to him again. Maybe there was some confusion, so give it further time.
Okay, sure, we'll give it further time and make one more attempt on having him down for an interview. Are you okay with that, Councilor Marchand?
No problem.
Okay, Councilor Lanciani, I'll start with further time.
No problem.
Okay, so you've heard the recommendation of the Ways and Means Committee to give John Carroll further time. Is there any discussion? Councilor Nichol?
I'm gonna go along with the chairman, but this is one thing that really, over the last few years has bothered me. We had people who are probably nervous about coming down to the city council they're willing to volunteer their time. And if their dean went through Charlie Coggins and got this far, then I would be prepared to vote usually. But I feel in a way bad for people who wanna join civil emergency management and in any of these positions like that in particular, but especially emergency management. And they might well be out weird hours because of emergencies and the like. And the idea that you want to volunteer your time, but that you have to go down and go through an approval process bothers me a bit, you know. I think, in my opinion, and when it comes to emergency management, in the future, I'd like to see them not have to bother to come down and just get a recommendation or make sure that it went through Charlie Coggins, that he's all set. So I will vote for further time at this point, rather than causing any necessary waste of time as far as getting them appointed. So just a comment about the future.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of giving John Carroll's appointment to the Office of Emergency Management's admin unit further time, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed, by a vote of 9-0, this appointment has been given further time. Moving on to old business, we have a resolution before us, and I will ask the chairwoman of Ways and Means if she is ready to read, if she can read that.
Yes, Mr. President. Resolution of the Leominster City Council. Whereas the city of Leominster City is in need of a new or renovated police station. Whereas the city owns certain real property located off Lancaster Street, Leominster, Massachusetts, Lancaster Street property. Whereas an independent architectural firm has opined that it is feasible to renovate the Lancaster Street property for use as a police station. Whereas the mayor of the city of Leominster, has reported to the Leominster City Council that the anticipated cost of constructing a new police station at another site in the city would be marginally more expensive than renovating the Lancaster Street property. Whereas said difference in cost between purchasing a site and constructing a new police station versus renovating the Lancaster Street property has been reported to the City Council by the mayor to be approximately $3 million. Whereas the mayor has requested feedback from the City Council as to which project the council anticipates it would be willing to support and approve for funding. Whereas the City Council Police Station Oversight Committee held a subcommittee meeting relative to the mayor's request for feedback from the City Council. Whereas at the subcommittee meeting, which was attended by all but one city councilor who was unable to attend due to another matter, the City Council concluded as follows. As to the question of whether the City Council would prefer a new police station at another site or a renovated police station at the Lancaster Street property, the City Council unanimously supports a new police station to be located in the downtown overlay zoning district or such other suitable location that serves the needs of the police department and city residents adequately and efficiently. As to the question of whether the City Council, in the event a new police station in the downtown overlay zoning district or area is determined not to be feasible within the next year, would support renovating the Lancaster Street property for use as a police station, the majority of the City Council would not support this proposal. Councilors Dombrowski and Bedanza voting they would support the proposal under the circumstances. As to the question of the City Council's preference on what to do with the Lancaster Street property, the City Council unanimously supports selling the property as surplus in the event an adequate and proper use cannot be made of the property by another city department. John M. Dombrowski, Chairman.
All right, so at this point, I don't know if you want to defer to Councilor Dombrowski. He authored this. I think it'd be fair.
Yes, I would like to defer to Councilor Dombrowski. Thank you.
It is what it says. The mayor, I think, doesn't want to spend resources going down a path that ultimately won't be approved by the council, so he just wanted a push in the right direction, I guess. We had the meeting, this is what was discussed. So I put pad to paper so we could pen to paper so we could let the mayor know. There were some other ideas that were thrown around that we wanted to bring to the mayor's attention, one being the existing police station and municipal garage. Perhaps that entire area could be renovated to work. I brought up the idea of the courthouse, that it's rented now. I know there's always a push by the state to not rent courthouses when they own a lot of properties. So, you know, if we have a long-term lease, wonderful, but if that's in jeopardy, the mayor should look at that, because that would be a pretty good police station. And I guess recently, the Elks Lodge is looking to downsize, and they brought it to the mayor's attention as well. I think all those three facilities are located in the downtown area, so I didn't think there was a need to change the resolution. So that's what occurred at the meeting, and that's what the resolution says.
So do you want to get a recommendation first from your committee, and then we'll open up for discussion?
Yes, well, my recommendation would be to accept the resolution and go to my committee.
Council
If I can, through the chair, was there a typo where it said effectively and efficiently?
No, that was me.
Okay, all right,
Yes.
just, that can happen.
Efficiently is the
Okay,
word,
absolutely.
adequately and efficiently.
Oh, and Council Dombrowski was right on his money.
Yes, he was, thank
Right on
you.
his game.
I recognize I made that error, but I decided
No,
not
I
to
was
backtrack.
just making sure.
Council Lanciani,
Thank you for asking.
Are you satisfied with the resolution?
Can I say something?
Sure.
Since Mayor Richard Gerard was mayor, we have talked about a new police station. Councilor Frieder also has said on numerous committees, side by side, I say, pass the resolution and get off your butt and get the thing done.
Okay, so it sounds
he
like
supports it.
a unanimous recommendation to grant this resolution, and I see many hands, so I will start right here and we'll go right around. So Councilor Frieden.
Just a couple of comments and possibly an amendment. I do believe that I was in unison with Councilor Nabrowski and Bedanza on supporting Lancaster Street if it fell back to that.
Okay.
I think I voted to support it.
I think you weren't at this particular subject.
Oh, you're talking about a subcommittee meeting?
Yeah, that's why I
Okay,
put it there.
all right,
I would certainly add your support to that if you want. That's fine.
all right. And I think the last paragraph, I'm a little concerned about, if that were to go on the market, I'm a little concerned about that. I mean, I don't know that is that mandatory to address the issue of possible sale? I mean, I don't wanna be that quick and say, support the selling of the property and not know who is looking to purchase it. That's a pretty sensitive area.
Well, just if I may, that would be the mayor's prerogative. This resolution's not binding, that would be his prerogative, and then we would have to confirm that decision, so. to
Right, my
surplus
question
it-
is, do we need that paragraph in there?
Oh,
Why do we have to, it has nothing to do with the police station. I would just ask that we amend it and take that out.
I suppose,
Mm.
doesn't matter. Yeah.
No, I think it has to do with the whole.
Is there anything else,
Dave.
Councilor Frieden? Anything else? You all set? Councilor Shalfo-Zephyr?
Yeah, thank you very much. I actually had the same comment that Councilor Frieda had, I believe when I was at the subcommittee meeting, and would be happy to support Lancaster Street if the downtown overlay zoning district didn't work.
Oh, okay.
So I would add my name to that. And then in terms of the last paragraph, my recollection of that subcommittee meeting was that the council was discussing selling the property as a way to help finance, or to recoup our investment in it. Because we paid, $600,000 for it, plus put more money into it, to renovate it. So I think that I think that's there because we had talked about selling the property so that we could recoup some of that investment. That's my recollection of that meeting.
No, I agree with the, what Councilor Zephyr remembers, but also the Lancaster Street property has been kind of, the carrot dangling, so we wanted to clean that up, that we were not going to be using the Lancaster Street property for a police station, so we needed to eliminate that possibility. That's my understanding.
Okay. Anybody else? Council Marchand?
The Lancaster Street property would have to be declared surplus. And in order for that to now go out to the public, it would have to be cleared up with all the departments if anyone had any interest in it. I can't even imagine the school department not having an interest in that. They're bulging at the seam, they could use it big time. But in the meantime, we wouldn't really have any conditions we could put on it from that point. I'm sure the mayor's sensitive to the neighborhood, the church, the school across the street from their perspective. But what I'm reading tonight is that there are a couple reservations on a couple little pieces that we're either gonna have to strike. One of them would be, we're gonna have to strike the comment regarding, or the script that there was a counselor missing at the meeting. And now that counselor has stepped up and wants to be a part of it, so I don't think we really need to have that in there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Does that make sense? Sure. Through the chair? Okay, all right, good. And I'm just curious, there's nothing in there regarding the parking lot behind the post office, which was also brought up aggressively by me during that subcommittee meeting.
It's in the overlay.
It's in the overlay, which is why I
Yeah.
think
Okay,
it
all right.
encompasses everything.
Okay. All right, okay,
Yeah,
I'm very happy.
similar to all the other sites that were brought up, that were all in the overlay area.
Okay, all right, thank you very much, good
Yeah,
job,
no problem.
great.
Council Nichol?
Interesting, Council Lance Andy brought up the fact that we've been talking about this since Richie Gerard was mayor. Well, I can remember reading an article in the newspaper. The station was only about a year old, and it had absolutely inadequate locker space, and there were problems showing up before Richie Gerard was mayor, a number of years before he was mayor. So, and it was only a year old essentially at that point. The other thing is, I have been down there at times when there's been sewer packages, and there have been a number of them. And I've been down, one night I was down there pitching in, but the police chief was down there. When you've got the police chief and other people down there trying to squeegee up the results of a backup to the sewer line, then I think it's obviously time to do something about it. As far as renovating Lancaster Street, the renovations have not been renovations. Essentially what they've done is to buy some portable petitions, things like that. And they actually went for quite a bit of time without the elevator even working. That's been taken care of. We voted, granted money. So you look at the inadequacies of the other building, and as regarding the language, in the resolution, it talks about the sale, but also the use by other departments, other city departments. So we actually have that in there that, we recognize the fact that it might be a value to other departments once they put their pitch in and take it in there and see if the school department needs additional space and wants to move down and use that building, then, let them go ahead and do it if it gives them additional space. But, other than that, I can't see many other departments wanting to take on a building that size, for their work. So, all set.
All set. Is there any other discussion? Councilor Dombrowski?
So my understanding is the council would like me to amend the resolution to add Councilor Frida and Councilor Zephyr's support for Lancaster Street in the event downtown overlay zoning district is not feasible. So I can do that.
All right, so
resubmit this next meeting.
So we can, and if there's gonna be any other amendments, maybe we should do them separately so we don't get too confused, because some people might agree on some amendments and not others, and, we don't want everything being one package deal, all or none. So, so at this point, your amendment will be to add in Councilors Frida and Zephyr.
Correct.
Okay. All right. is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in, yep, sorry, Councilor Frida?
I hate to be picky here. But if this is a resolution of the Leominster City Council, shouldn't it be worded as such that a subcommittee made the recommendation to the council, the full council voted on it? I mean, is that what we're doing tonight? Or is this a resolution of the committee? Because it reads like it's a resolution of the committee, of the subcommittee.
Well, it was a subcommittee meeting.
A subcommittee doesn't take a position, no. Subcommittee makes a recommendation of the council.
Well, I can strike the, I mean, I understand the semantics there, I can strike the last whereas clause,
Okay.
which I think takes care of that.
Okay, so that last whereas, you just wanna get rid of that?
Yeah, just strike it, I mean, I
Okay.
think that.
And then we'll just move right in, whereas the city council police station oversight committee held a subcommittee meeting relative to the mayor's request of feedback from the city council. You just move right into the bullets after that?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Alright, let's take one amendment at a time. So we're gonna add in Councilors Frida and Zephyr, correct? Is there any discussion on that? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of adding in Councilors Frida and Zephyr, please signify in usual manner. Those opposed, by a vote of 9-0. Those two councilors have been added. Is there any other amendments you'd like to make?
Well, I'd make a motion that we amend the resolution to delete the last whereas clause.
Seconded.
Okay, so you've heard the motion and the second to delete the last paragraph whereas at the subcommittee meeting, which was attended by all but one city councilor who was unable to attend due to another matter, the city council concluded as follows. Is there any discussion about that? Seeing none, all those in favor of deleting that, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed, by a vote of 9-0, that has been deleted. Are there any other amendments? Council Frida?
Are we being restrictive by having downtown overlay district?
Well, that's why I added the other language to it. If you look at the,
You're talking about possibly the Elks at some point. That's not your downtown overlay district.
Yeah.
It goes right up there.
yeah,
It goes right up
Goes
to
right-
Hammond
It
Street.
does?
Yeah. But if you look at the first
West
bullet,
Street.
I put or such other suitable location
Right.
Yeah.
that serves the
Okay.
needs, yeah.
Originally through the chair, it just said downtown district, but that's where the overlay word came in, so we could reach out.
Okay. Are there any other amendments?
I get this from my partners all the time, so
Is there anything else anybody wants to add or strike? Or are we happy with it the way it is as amended?
Perfect.
Okay, so, I hate to do this, but I think I'm gonna, and I probably should ask the chairwoman to read this again.
Read it again.
As amended, so that
Okay.
we all and the public understands.
Okey dokey. Resolution of the Leominster City Council. Whereas the city of Leominster City is in need of a new or renovated police station. Whereas the city owns certain real property located off Lancaster Street, Leominster, Massachusetts, Lancaster Street property. Whereas an independent architectural firm has opined that it is feasible to renovate the Lancaster Street property for use as a police station. Whereas the mayor of the city of Leominster, Mayor, has reported to the Leominster City Council, that the anticipated cost of constructing a new police station at another site in the city would be marginally more expensive than renovating the Lancaster Street property. Whereas said difference in cost between purchasing a site and constructing a new police station versus renovating the Lancaster Street property has been reported to the City Council by the mayor to be approximately $3 million. Whereas the mayor has requested feedback from the City Council as to which project the council anticipates it would be willing to support and approve for funding. Whereas the City Council Police Station Oversight Committee held a subcommittee meeting relative to the mayor's request for feedback from the City Council as to the question of whether the City Council would prefer a new police station at another site or a renovated police station at the Lancaster Street property. The City Council unanimously supports a new police station to be located in the downtown overlay zoning district or such other suitable location that serves the needs of the police station, of the police department and city residents adequately and efficiently. As to the question of whether the City Council, in the event a new police station in the downtown overlay zoning district or area is determined not to be feasible within the next year, would support renovating the Lancaster Street property for use as a police station, the majority of the City Council would not support this proposal. Councilors Dombrowski, Bedanza, Frida, and Zephyr voting they would support the proposal under the circumstances. As to the question of the City Council's preference on what to do with the Lancaster Street property, the City Council unanimously supports selling the property as surplus in the event an adequate and proper use cannot be made of the property by another city department. John M. Dombrowski, Chairman.
Okay, so Councilor Marchand, are you okay with this
Absolutely.
as amended?
Thank you.
And Councilor Lanciani, you all set as amended?
Yep.
Okay, so you've heard the recommendation of the Ways and Means Committee to adopt this resolution. And
As
is there
amended.
any further discussion? Councilor Frida?
I would still like to see that last paragraph taken out. We're basically supporting this property as surplus. I mean, we're not gonna get
I
a
would not
second
support
shot
that.
at that.
I want it in there.
If we don't have it in there, he's gonna have to come back and
You gotta-
ask us.
Let
You
him,
know, with all due respect, you gotta do one or the other.
yeah.
Either a
Why?
department is gonna use it, or it's gotta be surplus. What is it, gonna be sit there empty?
No, but you might have somebody who wants that building and come down to us at that point. If we declare it surplus now,
We're not.
We're not.
We're not.
It's
It's preparatory.
We support it,
It's
we
preparatory.
support it, not, we're not voting on
It
it.
has no binding effect at all.
Right.
Right.
It's a
It's completely
non-binding
preparatory.
Supporting it.
resolution. He might even throw this in the rubbish when he gets it, I
Right.
don't know. I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't be the first time he's thrown it out. We've sent him resolutions in the past, and we, you know, so
I'm just
it's.
sensitive to it because before we bought it back, there was some real sketchy people looking at that building next to a school and a church. I just wanna make sure that that's protected.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting this resolution, please signify in the usual manner. Those opposed, by a vote of 9-0, this resolution has been adopted. Is there any other old business to come before the city council? Councilor Dombrowski?
So what should I redraft this for signature? Or is it good?
No, it's good,
Okay.
it's good, she'll take care of it and send it to
Okay.
him as amended.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Councilor Feckley?
I would like to set up a Ways and Means Subcommittee meeting. We had advertised the Assistant City Clerk position that will be vacated shortly, and the deadline was today at noon. So I'd like to have a subcommittee meeting to review the applications
Okay.
and resumes. And at this point, I believe it will need to be after the first of the year, because I'll be traveling. And of course, we have the holiday coming up. So I'd like to ask my committee when they could make themselves available.
Councilor Marchand?
There's a lot to it.
Mhm.
And I think we can disclose how many applications came in through the clerk, to the clerk? Over 60.
Mhm.
So we're looking at a retirement that's happening right around the corner. How many days, Madam Clerk? End of January.
Mhm.
So, you know, the
You should ask Brenda that question.
protocol is
Yeah.
gonna be, through the chair, the protocol is gonna be, we individually on the committee, we need to have access to the resumes, whatever is provided by the applicants.
Mhm.
We have to go through them individually,
Mhm.
and then we have to come to a common meeting in executive session.
Mhm. Exactly.
And it's, that's gonna be a very arduous process to,
Right.
some of them might be easy to, if we have a rubric set up, some of them might be easy to disqualify right off the bat,
Mhm.
depending upon the quality of the applications that we see through the application itself. So, I think we're gonna have to wait till the beginning of the year, I understand that.
Right,
But it's gonna be a lengthy meeting.
yep. It'll be
And
preliminary first.
Do we have, through the chair, do we have the city solicitor attending, or is that something we just do? But we're in executive session, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Look at
so-
the original resume.
Okay, so we have to
And
post that.
And we cannot, there cannot be a quorum of
Right.
city councilors
Right.
in
Right.
this executive. So there
Right.
can be the three members of this committee, if I'm understanding right,
Mm-hmm.
and one other counselor, which if I'm around, I'd
Council
like to be
president,
meeting
vice
because
president.
Council president.
Right,
And other
You can have vice
people like the city clerk
Yeah.
will
Right.
also be in there too,
Right.
according
Right.
to their recommendation, their
Okay.
opinion.
all right, then the determination will be made on X number of applications we wanna interview.
Exactly, the opinion of Copeland and Page indicates that we could narrow it down to the finalists between 2 to 5, for example.
Right,
And the finalists could be referred to the city council for interviews in open session, but the meeting to go over the resumes would be executive session, because it would be
Right.
detrimental to the public body's ability to attract qualified applicants if people, knew that they had
right, so,
applied for a
so through the
position.
chair, what happens at that point is if, say we come up with 6, we present those to the council, what happens to the remaining 54? They just gone? Or does the council,
Yeah.
okay,
They're gone.
okay.
They're gone.
All right, so the council has the confidence that we'll come back with 6 top candidates we'll present. At that point, everybody's involved with the interview process from that point.
I think we have a rather large pool, so we should be able to come up with
If I'm not
5 to 6
mistaken, I believe
candidates.
the committee can only recommend
One,
One at
Correct.
the end.
Right,
right,
right, to the full city council.
Right.
Right.
And it's voted up or voted down,
right.
you know,
Yeah.
And we need to have confidence that that person we're sending down to the council is gonna take the job.
right.
Through the chair, can you recommend just one? I don't believe we can.
I think according to the thing, they suggested 2 to 5.
Mhm.
To the,
No,
you
no, interview.
recommending them to the full city council or
Well,
interviewing?
They're gonna be
them?
interviewed.
Mhm.
So 2 to 5 in front of the full city council at a public meeting.
Publicly, the 6 have to be, those 6 have to be public.
Yes. The finalists would meet in open session
Right,
to interview the finalists in open session, and then a single one would be referred to the council. This is Copeland and Page's opinion.
so it doesn't make sense. So what happens is,
There's two,
the-
I'm
the
sorry.
way- if I may, the Ways and
Yes.
Means Committee, even though we do a council as a whole interview,
Mhm.
meet and greet kind of a thing, ask
Mhm.
questions consistently from one candidate to the other.
Mhm.
It's incumbent upon the Ways and Means Committee to make a determination by themselves to the council as a whole.
Correct.
If the council as a whole does not agree with that recommendation, just like communication earlier this evening, if it gets denied, then someone can make a motion, or does it go back to Ways and Means?
I would have to say that it would have to go back to Ways and Means, they're gonna have to decide who the
On another
next.
candidate?
Right.
Mhm.
Until one
Another candidate
passes?
Until one passes, by the
Yeah.
muster of the full city council.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, we could check with Hope and Page, I'm not a,
No, we just want
But I
clarification
would think
before we
that's-
even begin
Right,
on protocol for the process.
right. Yeah,
That's critical.
I believe
And it's
that's.
fair to the candidates. If
Right.
we only had a handful of candidates, that's one thing, it's
Right.
easy to deal with, but when you have 60, you have to be consistent in the process of the rubric on how you determine who those 5 or 6 finalists are going to be.
Right, right. Okay, Counselor Shalfo-Zephyr, I
Yep.
don't think you just talked about this yet.
No, thank you. I want to clarify the process as well. So my understanding is that the Ways and Means Committee, they meet in subcommittee, they review the 60 applicants. They get that down to a manageable number of 3 to 5 or 6 or something like that. And then those people come before the full council.
It can be, there's 2 scenarios. Perhaps I should read from the opinion. Okay. In order to comply with the open meeting law while using executive session, I would recommend one of the following 2 scenarios. First, the committee could act as screening committee to review candidates and resumes and conduct preliminary interviews of favored candidates. Once the committee has narrowed the candidates to the finalists, between 2 to 5, for example, the finalists may be referred to the city council for interviews in open session, after which the council votes the appointment. If the preferred course is to only submit a single candidate to the full council, however, the second option would be to have the committee meet in executive session to narrow it down to the finalists, and then meet in open session to interview those finalists and select the single one for referral to the council. Either way would comply with the law, but it is important that any interviewing of finalists and voting on an appointment or referral be conducted in open session. So it could be done two ways.
It's not a lot different than when we hired Brenda, we hired Len. I mean, many of us were here, and I've sat on 2 superintendent searches. They're all pretty much the same. You need to follow the open meeting law, and you have to have those 5, you have to tell them ahead of time so that you have an opportunity to tell their employer that they're gonna be made public. But I would think that the council probably would have access to look at the names of those that applied without looking at a resume, but they would have access to the names, I would think.
I don't know. If they're gonna go into executive session, that's executive session material, I would say not.
Why? Why would we wanna know the names of the people that apply? Why would we wanna know the names of the people that applied? And we go and interview them and come up with the 4, 5, or 6 that come before the full council. We don't need to know anybody else's name.
No.
I personally don't. I don't want to know 60 names. It's gonna be tough enough to take and come up with a decision.
Is there any other discussion about good council Nick?
Briefly, when you get all these resumes in, I can remember one time, we were going to clerk, I believe it was, and somebody applied to the council and wanted their name up for consideration because they were a clerk at Coles, or something like that, you know, it was like, the conception of what a clerk is, and a city clerk in particular, was so far from, you know, what they thought they would be adequate to serve, so, yeah, I don't need to see that many names, and some of them might be some of the most superfluous of reasons. Let the committee do it, and get it
So-
down to.
You know, if I may, I think we
Big
kind of
enough
got off
job.
track.
We did.
Basically,
I wanna set up a
we
subcommittee.
set up a subcommittee meeting, and we're already talking about all the process and how we're gonna do this. Maybe we should have a subcommittee meeting, and the Ways and Means Committee can decide the 2 different options and which one would work best, and they can decide that amongst the 3 of them and move forward with it. Okay, so when is a good time for a subcommittee meeting?
Well, we don't have much left in December, obviously. Our next meeting is the 9th. Could we meet the first week of January?
It's gonna have to be Wednesday through Thursday,
Okay.
after 7 o'clock for me.
Tuesday's inauguration anyways.
Oh, that's right. No, pushing
So
it into
what?
the next week.
So keep it Tuesday.
Why not?
Oh, we get it up?
Yeah.
Oh,
In the organizational meeting.
yeah, that's right. Well, Wednesday, Thursday. Going to do the 4th or 5th.
I can do the 4th or the 5th. Jim?
I'm all set.
The 4th and 5th at 7?
7?
How about we'll do the 4th.
4th at 7 is better for me, actually.
Okay, 4th at 7.
You send out a reminder on that, please?
January 4th at 7.
January 4th at 7 PM is gonna be a Ways and Means subcommittee meeting.
That's okay with you,
Okay,
Mr. President?
To discuss the process, yep,
And Lynn?
that's fine, to discuss the process of filling the assistant city clerk's position.
At that time also, Mr. President, can we get a portfolio?
In the meantime, I can get it to you ahead of time if you want,
Yeah, yeah,
to the 3 Ways
definitely.
and Means Committee, so
Yeah,
we'll be
okay.
ready for that.
So,
Right.
so Madam Clerk, I guess we could have 2 parts to the meeting. At the subcommittee meeting, we could meet public, and they can talk about how they're gonna go about this, right? Which scenario, and then they can go into executive session and
Yeah.
execute
That was my plan, that we were gonna
Okay.
have an open
So
session.
everybody knows how it's gonna work.
Right,
Sounds
to,
good.
to discuss, and, you know, also to discuss the qualifications that have been advertised. So that's basically the rubric, you know, what we're gonna be looking for.
Okay, so it'll be a, busy night both
Mhm.
here and then in there, but we gotta
Yep.
muscle through it.
Yep.
Okay. All right, is there any other old business? Council Marchand.
I'm a little bit concerned right now on the protocol and the responsibilities of the planning board and the city council regarding the medical marijuana facility process from this point forward. I heard tonight publicly, a misunderstanding that the chairman of the planning board had regarding site plan approval and regarding questions we still have, a lot of them at that. I think that, the idea that we supported a letter of non-opposition did not disqualify us from asking hard, tough questions about operation and all of those other things that would be part of site plan approval as well. But I'm not gonna be in a position where I just raise my hand because we can't ask any questions and it's mass general law. And then they deal with it with site plan approval with the planning board when there's problems with that to begin with. So I'd like to get some, unless I've missed something, I've seen some bits and pieces of problems. I've seen a misinterpretation by the planning board. I've seen something interpreted by the Copeland and Page that threw me for, a tizzy on it, as far as what our role is and everything in this process from this point forward. So I just need better clarification on my own part. I don't know if anyone else feels that way, but before we move into that hearing, I wanna know what we can ask and can't ask, because we know when we go into hearings, for example, on watershed protection in the past, you have to focus on that. On a license, you have to focus on storage. This here is a lot bigger. It's a lot more political and it's a lot more involved. And now, especially with the legalization of marijuana December 15th, I wanna know what implication that's gonna have on the process.
Okay. Council Bedanza?
It's just traditional special permit criteria, that's all it is, traffic, noise, all of the things that we would deal with in a traditional special permit, that's all we do.
Okay. Council Frida?
Well, I'm not gonna get into a discussion, but, I've asked some questions, I was at a meeting, last week, and there are some concerns. And everybody who's got a medical marijuana facility that they've approved, all feels like they've been duped at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Because if the legislature doesn't do anything by January 2018, they're all gonna be able to open a recreational. And anybody who's a border community, they're gonna be flying in here from New Hampshire to purchase. So there are some concerns. It's a special permit, normal process, but there's a lot more involved in it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there anything else under old business? Seeing none, is there any other new business to come before the city council? We have a resolution regarding grants for improvements to Doyle Field. I believe that is the first time on our agenda. So Madam Chairwoman of Ways and Means, I will refer that to you for.
Yes, Mr. President, first time on the agenda, regular course.
Okay, so that resolution has been given regular course. Is there any other new business to come before the city council? I guess we also have a first reading of an ordinance as well, which I will refer to the chairman of legal affairs.
Thank you, Mr. President. First reading of the ordinance, amend Chapter 6 of the revised ordinances entitled Disposition of Unclaimed Dogs, end quote, by deleting the words 7 days and inserting in their place the words 14 days. The recommendation is to adopt the first reading of the ordinance and to establish a hearing for the second reading for January 9th, 2017 at 7:10 p.m.
Okay, Councilor Frida, are you in accord with that? Councilor Marchand? Okay, so you've heard the recommendation of the Legal Affairs Committee to adopt the first reading of this ordinance and to establish a hearing for the second reading on January 9th, 2017 at 7:10 p.m. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we will do this in a roll call manner, beginning with Council Frida,
Yay.
Council Dobrowski, Council Shalfo Zephyr,
Yay.
Council Feckley.
Yay.
Council Bedanza.
Yay.
Council Lanciani.
Yay.
Council Nichol.
Yay.
Council Marchian.
Yay.
And I will be recorded as yay by a vote of 9-0. The first reading of this ordinance has been adopted. And is there any other new business to come? If not, is there anything under the community calendar? If not, then
Wait a minute.
I can't believe it's already that time.
This is
I
the
forgot
last
all
meeting
about
of the
this.
year.
That's
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Wow.
In recognition of a year of service to the city council.
Very nice. Very nice.
How fast the year just
Yes.
went by.
Oh, my
I really
goodness.
can't. It's
Unbelievable. Yeah, take a picture, send it to the paper. Send it to Peter. Yeah.
Okay, if there's no other business to come before the city council, I will ask for a motion and a second to adjourn.
Motion adjourned.
Okay?
Second.
Okay, the city council meeting for December 12th, 2016
I only have
is now
one.
adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Whatever you want.
One buck.
Whatever you want.
Oh, 2,000, I'm gonna sign that.
Please shred 'em.